people in order to know this. It's only when other people identify to you that you were not your best self. If you were with self and it was about going within, no one, you wouldn't even think there was an issue. But because you have to focus on the physical, which means connecting with others, which is on the outer realm, not the inner realm,
It's
which
both.
identifies that you are not your better self. So it's not about focusing on yourself or going within. It's about connecting with others
It's
and
about a
being
mixture.
selfless.
It's about a mixture of the
Hmm.
two. When you go out and you have a business opportunity, and this is the way that it goes, you go within to find out what you did right, what you did wrong, what you could do better next time. When you have friendships that don't work, you look at what doesn't work and why it didn't work, and you either fix that or you do better with the next person. Going within
Telling
is just
people that is a blanket statement because where do you point the direction of what is better or what was right?
you have to
I'm
fail.
asking for a purpose to get to the root of the right way. How do you set the standards for the right way?
You
That's where
find
I'm
out as you
asking you
go
the questions
along.
at.
You
Because you
find
keep
out
saying,
because I feel like I keep repeating myself, but you're not getting anything out of it. So maybe someone else should explain because I mean, you have to fail at different
I'm
things.
we're just in
Hold on, just
conversation.
let me finish. You have to fail at different things in order to do better for the next time. So if you fail in a relationship, if you have a fight with your parents, if you
Where
let
do
your
you get the
child down,
better from? The
going within
teaching
to
of
think
the
about
better.
what you did right and what you did wrong so you could do better next time.
Where do you get the wrong? What determined the wrong? Someone else identifying that your behavior that you did, which is the physical, identified and set in a certain emotion. Now you know that this is not something I should have done because somebody identified that it either offended them or they made a reaction that you see in the physical. You don't go within to find that out. You see it within the physical to know it.
Right. It's a mixture of the physical and the metaphysical, which is going within. It's a
What
mixture
up,
of the
humble?
physical, which is what you experience in life, the physical, a mixture of that mixed with going within, with your consciousness, with your sitting with the Most High, understanding how that situation went on the outside, internalizing that on the inside, fixing the problem, and doing it better next time because you see what you did
You
wrong.
still haven't answered where you get the better from. What determines the better? Because I'm not getting to this point yet of there are folks who think that there is no good and there is no evil. So I'm trying to see if you can pinpoint when you go within, where do you set the standards of better? And this is the right way. Where do you depict that in your mind? Where do you get it from to enter into your spirit to become an action, a thought, so that it becomes an action? Where do you get the better from? How do you determine that? Scripture, um, you said anything that works for you, and you said anything, and I said, well, what about Satanism? Because that's my point. People feel that going within, uh, pulling out their inner wicked self, and I'm getting to this point that is what's better for them. So where do you suppose one predetermines the better?
So going within is about taking accountability. It's about taking accountability.
Responsibility?
Accountability. Accountability is where you look at a situation, you see where you went wrong and where you went right, so you could be better for yourself and others. I've said this a
That would be
thousand. I've said this a
responsibility.
thousand times. I think the point's been made a thousand times, and at this point, I just
We're
think
we're in
it's
a
just
that's
unfair.
what a discussion is. We're in a discussion. There's no
Right,
one
but
set
it's an
point. Go
hour
ahead,
and a
humble.
half. Go
Go
ahead, hon.
ahead, humble.
Please jump in.
Okay. I
Chicken
heard the
head.
sister. I heard this is the chosen question, and the measurement, I think we was talking about this the other time that we was talking actually on this subject about self-improvement. I think the measurement, right, that we can all, right, experientially measure is how we were doing before our life was in order, or when our life was in chaos, and when our life is in harmony, when our life is in flow, right? And we know the difference between these two states based on how we feel, based on how we think, based on how we react throughout the day, based on how we interact with other people. Just based on how we interact with life, we can measure the state of being that we're in every moment, if one is paying attention, right? One could be paying attention, and if they're paying attention to their feelings, they could feel a feeling of sorrow, and they may not even know why they feeling the feeling of sorrow, right? But that feeling is a indicator of where you are in reality at this moment. And if you want to feel better than what you're feeling when you're feeling in sorrow, then there's steps one can take to alleviate that feeling and allow it to blossom into a better feeling, more resonant feeling, right? Or emotion, as I would say. So that's the indicator on how do I know my life is in shambles, and how do I know that I'm moving toward a more successful space in life?
Well, the question was, do we need um the question initially was, could people obtain these same goals without um religious text, without scripture? So my next question based on the answer is, how do you determine the better? Where do you get the set of moral codes and standards for what is better? Now that I have this feeling, it wasn't conducive, it didn't I didn't respond well to this situation,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to respond in a more conducive way that benefits me. Where do you get the standard of better? And do you think that standard of better should be universal? Because I have a point of asking, what about those who um, participate in things that necessarily don't feel good to others, but feels good to them?
Right. And so the standard of better is dependent upon an individual standard of what they consider to be better, right? Because we're all not going through the same things. Some of us are going through similar things, and the similar things that I'll give an example: drug addiction, right? Um, for the ones who've been addicted to drugs, they know the difference between when they're at their lowest at their addiction and when they're clean, right? And so that doesn't need a religious text. You don't need to be a Christian or Muslim or anything to kick an addiction. You see what I'm saying? And that's all internal. That's all mental, right? Some would even say spiritual, right? But it's not religious. And that's the thing. A lot of people try to hold religious as the higher moral standard, and they don't realize that when we go out here and live life, we realize that we ourselves are our own moral standard. What we want to happen to us, what we feel, how we interact with the world, how the world is interacting with us, right? Um, there might be a time period where an individual feels comfortable, right, with not having a job or not getting any income because they can be in the space. However, later on in their life, that can transition into an uncomfortable situation because they may move into a space whereas though they don't have such freedoms, right? Now that right there, that wanting to be better, as Sister Chosen was saying, that wanting to be better is caused from the condition of the situation that that person is in, and the yearning or the knowing where that person or that individual wants to be. And if that feeling of being better is there, that's a clear indicator that the individual is not on the right path in their life. You see what I'm saying? So that's how we get our indications. You know, a lot of people ignore these indications, right? A lot of people suffer from depression, and they suffer from loneliness. They suffer. It's things that people suffer from, and instead of we have this bad thing in our community that we do, and we say, you know, these are melanated problems. We've always went through this stuff, but nobody seriously went to go get checked out for any of these things. And then when they go get checked out, then they realize that, oh, this is not normal. See, our community, our people have been conditioned.
Define normal, and where how do you define normal?
How do you define normal?
Yeah, when we individually have an individual fingerprint.
What was normal was natural, right? The process that happens naturally, that's normal. When we see a plant grow from the ground, that's a natural process. That's how plants and trees grow. That's normal, right? We don't never see a plant grow from the sky on down. And so when we are dealing with human beings, we as well have a natural state of being. However, being here in this country, if we want to call it, they have displaced our natural state of being into us believing that it's chaotic. And now we believe that chaos is natural.
When you say natural state of, when you say natural and chaotic, explain the two. Put it into some tangible form.
Okay, so natural is the proper process in which something happens, right? So it's not manipulated by any outside force. It's something that happens on its own. Individualism.
And what is that equating to as they have demeaned as chaotic? What action is that?
So I'll give an example, right? The difference between scattered thoughts, right, and sound mind, right? So in this country, we've been programmed that multitasking is a good thing. We can multitask. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we could be on the phone. We can do this. We could do that. We can do this. Oh, we can do this. Even when you work at the jobs, if you ever worked at McDonald's, they have you try to work the back, work the drive-through and the fries. Sometimes you got to hop on a grill. They have us believing that multitasking is a useful skill. However, that diminishes our productivity. And so if they taught us that focus, that we can increase our productivity by focus in short bursts, then we wouldn't have so many 40, 50-year-olds, right, that's just so lost and not know what to do. And you know, we still got
walking and talking multitasking.
Huh?
Isn't walking and talking multitasking?
Automative multitasking, yes.
This is natural for your arms and your legs to do something different at the same time. That's multitasking. That's an innate ability for mankind, and that's how we build and have constructs and think. You're thinking and doing at the same time, multitasking.
Right. OTK in the back. Somebody let the brother OTK up. Right. Automative multitasking. Yes.
And do you know that some of your scientists and quote unquote mad scientists functioned in that capacity of scatterbrained, and that is how they created different formulas and things to come up with, per se, the Darwin theory and Eisenhower and light bulb, because they didn't put things in a order that was natural, but made things out of order that was not natural to create something now like an airplane. Because naturally, metal was in the ground, but because they extracted it and undid the order, now you have an airplane. You put them all together, and that's multitasking. So I wouldn't agree that short-term focus is primarily what would make you produce a better outcome. So, I'm just saying, some of the scientists and
the
great
scientists
people
that I study and I know like the Albert Einsteins, the Newtons, it's shown even when you look back over their life, the Nikola Teslas, when they came up with their greatest inventions, they were in very hypnotic states, right? When Albert Einstein came up with the theory of everything, he was in a hypnotic state when he did that. He was in a what they would say a state of gnosis, right? Half sleep and half awake. When Newton found out about gravity, right? He was chilling, sitting under a tree, enjoying the day. It wasn't until an apple fell, right? When Nikola Tesla came up with his inventions, again, they used to have these two little round balls that will put him in a hypnotic state. They do this for a reason, so they can get out of being scattered brained, so they can be in a natural state, which I'm saying, you're asking what's natural. They can be in a natural state of being that allow information to flow. You can only get that when you're in a natural state. When you're everywhere and your mind is everywhere and you thinking about this and you thinking about that, then you can't come up with anything. This is why a lot of the scientists,
they came up with an airplane.
Really fast,
because they took the wings of the bird and the glide of the physical sight and the thought of the brain to come up with an airplane. This is what you would call unnatural process.
Right. So no, that's not to observe what's going on around you and to make something, to have an idea to say, okay, I want to fly like a bird one day. Right. Do you know the right story of the brother sister chosen? So William Wright was sitting on a hill one day and he was daydreaming, and he out of a glance saw a flock of birds flying through the sky, and he thought, how graceful would it be to soar through the sky like a bird? This is how they got their idea to go out and create an airplane. He went back and told his brother, he said, I was sitting on a hill, he said, and I saw the most fascinating thing. And his brother said, what? He said, I saw a flock of birds just soaring through the sky. He said, well, what's so fascinating about that? He said, well, I had the most amazing thought. Wouldn't it be amazing, or how would it feel to have a bird's eye view of the world? That thought is what sparked the airplane. These men wanted to see the world through the eyes of the bird. That's not unnatural. That's trying to interact with the world through observation. But something else I want to emphasize, the fact that he was not scatterbrained. He was observing focus. He was observing the world with focus and intent, and he was clear. This is why he was able to see the beauty of the birds. This is where his inspiration came from. It didn't come from him thinking about 250 different things at once. It came about him being in a natural state, sitting in nature, just observing nature act. And he said, isn't this the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed? I want to get closer to this. That's how that science happened. I land my plane with that, y'all.
Hey, peace and love to y'all, my Titans debate brothers, man. Peace and love. Hope all is well. And my sisters and my goddesses.
Peace to you, OTK.
Give an
Kiss up on your
introduction,
bill, man.
OTK. Give an introduction, OTK.
Peace,
She got
peace.
some good questions, man. She got some great questions. The questions that she asking are great. They are definitely intuitive questions, man. I'm just listening. I'm listening. Go ahead. Go ahead, goddess. Go ahead. Finish on.
You gotta introduce yourself, OTK. Let the people know who you is over here, brother.
Oh man, I'm just one of the brothers, man, that's helping these other brothers out, man, because it's each one teach one. I also come over here to learn too, because you
Mm-hmm.
can learn something from everybody. You know what I mean? No matter what their age is and no matter where they come from. You know what I'm saying? And the
Right,
good thing
right.
about it is when I be over here saying what I say, none of them just discredit me. They go back and they research it or whatever like that, and then they come into it. So shout out to goddamn A1, man. You know what I mean? And the
Big
Titans
boss,
debate
man.
league.
Yeah.
Swab
Hey,
Boss. That's
shout
my
out
other brother.
Fire.
Swab Boss. Swab Boss was one of the first brothers, man. That's my brother, Swab Boss. And Humble is my next brother. You know what I
You
mean?
already. You
I
are
like
already.
everything
Yeah.
this brother is doing too, man. Hey, yo, you see your views gonna keep going up and up, bro. Just keep putting in the work.
I
Keep
appreciate you,
putting
my
in the
guy.
work,
I
bro.
appreciate you.
Hey, I like that. I like that tag that you put out today, each A1. You said at first they was laughing at it. Now they sitting back watching it.
Fact.
You silly. You saw that?
Dog, I pay attention, man. Just trust me, bro. You know what I mean? I know goodness when I run into it, bro. You know what I mean? So just keep doing what you do, bro.
I appreciate you, brother. Uh, Back to the topic. Chosen was over here cooking with Humble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my sister, man. She keep me sharp. She most definitely keep me sharp. Listen, that's why I always give her flowers.
Shout
Where
out
she go
Sister
at? She still on
Chosen.
the panel? Yeah, she down there. Watch where she go at.
Only thing I was confused at is though when Humble say, okay, they had to extract this metal out the ground and then they make an airplane. That sounds like growth and development over time. Like you know what this metal that you was extracting for and all of that. And that's the only part of the conversation that I saw was different because you was talking about that natural state. Like, look,
Mm-hmm.
this is natural. We really don't need no explanation for it, but science tries to give it an explanation, or that's
Right.
what science does. And
Exactly.
yeah, and she was saying like, yo, without science, we would not have an airplane today, and you know what I mean, and creativity. So I feel both sides. That's why I say it was a good conversation, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you know what's interesting is we have to understand this takes us deeper into the thought process, right, of greatness and what it takes to be great within any field, right? Whether it's debating, whether it's building airplanes, whether it's building cars, whether it's yoga meditation, right? It goes into the process and the thought process and the focus that one have to actually be great in the thing that they're indulged in. You see what I'm saying? And you can't half-ass this stuff, man. That's why it's because one thing I'm gonna land my plane with this. One thing we see consistent over time, right? No matter what culture we look in, no matter all human beings, one thing we see consistent over time is greatness, right? Um, is found in the things that nobody else wants to do. And
Big
so
fact.
when we see greatness in people, when we see people out here innovating and shifting the world, so to speak, these are people who had the ideas and had the guts to actually go out and perform the ideas that nobody ever had. You think Elon Musk is the first person to say, I want to fly a spaceship to Mars? He wasn't the first to ever think that. You see what I'm saying? But I'm talking regular people, by the way. I'm not even talking about NASA. But he was the first out of us to say, you know what? I want to get to Mars. And I'm going to save every penny I can. And I'm going to make every investment I can to make sure that goal happens. And what did he do? He stuck to that goal. Everything he did up to SpaceX, even with the Tesla and all of that, all the way up to SpaceX. And then one day he had the ability to send a rocket to Mars.
You realize that took unnatural processes, right, to get to that point. And a lot of science and technology. I hate to be the negative Nancy in it all, but I might change my name to that, Negative Nancy, because the negative side of that is it took some very unnatural processes and research and analyzations and studies and projects and
Hey, Humble,
things
what would
to
you call the
achieve
unnatural
these certain goals.
processes?
Huh?
Humble, what would you call the unnatural processes?
What would I call an unnatural process?
Oh, my bad, Humble. I was asking baby girl. My bad.
Oh, go ahead,
Because she the
Chosen.
one
No,
who
you
said
good,
it.
OTK.
My bad. Thousand pardon.
You good, Brody.
Yeah. What would you call baby girl? What would you thousand pardon for calling you baby girl? I can't see your name. Thousand pardon.
Chosen.
Chiefness. What would you call those things, unnatural things that took on? What would you call that?
You ever heard of the syphilis experiment where they take
Yeah, the Tuskegee, pretty much the Tuskegee experiment. Yes, baby girl, I teach that. Yes, I
so
teach that. That was
in order
1900. So go ahead.
so in order for me to find out if this medication is going to work, I have to inject you with something as an experiment and research to see what the effects are to proportion out the right medication and get the right diagnosis. That's unnatural.
Yes, that's definitely unnatural, and that's what they still doing today. When you get the flu shot, they inject the flu in you for your body to build up the cure to it. Yes, I agree with that. But I'm asking
Another,
you about these unnatural
mhm.
properties that you was talking about earlier. Now, what
So
you
if
just said
we,
just
okay,
now,
right.
I agree with.
hmm
But go ahead, goddess.
Well, as he was using the example of a plant uprooting from the soil, that's natural. Now, once you uproot this plant per se and do some experiment with it to get another outcome, now that's unnatural because you're removing it from its natural root. So if you
I
were to
wouldn't say that's
extract,
unnatural, but hold
okay,
on
here's
though. I
another
wouldn't
one.
say
Here's
that's
another one.
hold on.
Uh,
I want you to hold on. Let me give you this example. I wouldn't say that's unnatural because we grow corn from the ground and we take the corn and eat it. So you saying eating the corn once we boil it is unnatural?
yeah, basically to get a certain outcome,
Oh,
whether it's negative or positive, but something in its natural state would be in the original state,
okay.
untouched, unmoved,
Uh, uh,
unfiltered, unharmed. So I was
unmolested.
just
Yes,
saying that in order
unmolested.
to get
Yes. Okay.
aluminum
All
and
right.
metal, we have to
Okay.
extract that from its natural core to get the airplane. So it would take
Okay.
some unnatural things to produce the things that we have now. And that's a question
Correct.
is
Correct. Okay. I understand. That's a beautiful explanation. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
you know what's interesting? If I could hop in here really fast, I would actually agree with the sister chosen on a corn part. Only because we can't digest corn. So the very fact that our own biochemical enzymes is not tuned to digest this starch lets us know that we're not supposed to be eating it.
But that's not true. And me and you can get into that later, Humble.
Oh yeah.
That's not
Okay.
true. We talking about GMO and we talking about this extra thing that they done added to corn that's unnatural, bro. What she's talking about in another sense.
No, I get
Because
what
they done
y'all
put
saying. I
corn,
get what she's saying.
it's
I'm just saying
unnatural corn.
corn is of
Yeah.
itself, right? Corn
Uh-huh.
is a thing of itself. The yellow corn that we eat,
Uh-huh.
that's not meant to be eaten. We know things. There's
No,
certain
that's
food
not
that
true.
we eat.
That's
Hold on,
not
I'm about to
true,
tell you.
bro.
I'm about to tell you. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna land my plane with this. There's certain food that we eat, and we know we not supposed. Well, some of us know, some of us don't know. But some of us know we're not supposed to be eating it, and the scientists know we're not supposed to be eating it for the very simple reason: the things that we're supposed, that our body is supposed to have, that give us, I'm gonna use Sister Chosen word, a positive outburst of energy, right? We know we're supposed to ingest those things because our body can digest it. The things our bodies cannot digest, this is why your bodies cannot digest pennies, right?
Okay,
Because you're
okay.
not
That's
supposed to
funny.
eat them.
Can I get
Okay,
in
I
real
don't
quick
know
on
why
that?
I don't know why he throw the pennies in that shit. A1, that was crazy. Humble is
Because you ain't
Look,
supposed
retarded,
to eat
man.
pennies.
I agree with Chosen and I agree with Humble because if it was meant for us to consume, we would be able to digest it. And I don't think
But
anything
hold
that's
on
meant
though.
for us, I don't think anything that's meant for us is
Okay.
necessarily going to cause us harm, throw our body out of
Uh-huh.
tune,
Uh-huh.
or
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to think of the right words to say, like even meat, because heme iron is carcinogenic. So the iron that you're getting when you eat meat causes cancer. But should you have to go to a cancer site to get your iron? And somebody would tell
That's
you you
not
have to
true
eat meat
neither,
though.
bro.
What's
That's
not
not
true? I'll
true
pull up.
neither.
Come on, you know I'm a source king. I got receipts. What you want to
All
do?
meat in the past did not cause cancer, bro. Stop it.
Did I say that?
Corn, what? Hold up. Corn, the first corn that was being grown by hand could be digested because it was made in ways to be digested.
Oh, so you're
Now,
talking about
oh,
when we
oh,
go to the Asian market and
nah, ain't
the
no Asian market. No, ain't no damn
no,
Asian
no, wait,
market.
let
This
hear me
American
out.
Indian market, baby girl.
Yeah, but
You know
hear
what I
me
mean?
out.
Corn tortillas.
You know how when you go to the
Yeah.
Hispanic market and the Asian market and their corn is like black, brown, yellow. It's totally different than this yellow corn we're eating, guys. This goes into
With,
eating food as medicine.
Mhm.
all right. So, and baby girl, I'm gonna tell you now, they always was from the time that they first got in contact with Americans, period. It was always different types of corn. Hold on. I don't matter of fact, A1. Can we just set up something so we can have this discussion later? I don't want to take away from what Humble and the sister was doing.
Yeah, you already know. Just holler at
I
me on the back
swear
end.
I don't,
This,
man.
this an
Thousand
open
pardon,
panel,
man.
But
OTK.
this is an
This
open
an
panel
open
though. But
panel.
yeah,
Get in there, OTK.
Yeah, I would love
Okay,
your
okay.
perspective.
Okay. All right. So now when we talk about foods of the past and we talk about foods of now, we know that the corn that's today is not the same corn that was grown from the seed in the past. You know why? Because all you got to do is put that corn seed down and it'll grow. But our corn in the past, you had to plant two other plants with it. It was called the three sister law. That's what I came up of. My grandmama, them boys plant other vegetables along with that corn to protect that corn. I don't know if y'all know. You know what I mean about that? The three sister corn. It was
That's
way different.
beautiful. See, that's a good
So when
perspective.
corn and
Well, that's
potatoes
actually how you got
saved the
the corn.
Europeans. Hold up, corn and potatoes saved the European life in the late 14, going into the 1500s because they was coming out of dark plague and they was going through a famine stage.
Mhm.
That's why they was exploring out because they was trying to find the shit to get some kind of means of eating. And when they brought the corn and the potato back and they brought the American Indians back, some of the first American Indian slaves that they took back to Europe and all of that, they taught them how to plant these things. That's why you hear American Indians out here saying we help cultivate Europe and Africa. Is because we brought these vegetables there from South America. We brought these things here, matter of fact, to over there. And they'll tell you that. So now if corn was not digestible back then, how can you survive off of it? You see, that's the new age corn, bro. And we know when this shit started. If you in the South like me, they started taking all our farms away, our animals away, and saying like, "Yo, if you ain't planting the seed that you buy from us, you got to shut down your farm. You got to buy your seed from us and all of this and plant it. You got to use our fertilizer and all of this." See, people don't know nothing about this. This is why the
Yeah.
black farmers of the South have a settlement now because this happened.
You're talking
It
about
put
the
us behind.
capitalistic consumer farms instead, like basically how we used to be able to go around and walk down the street and pick
Right.
different fruits and vegetables. They were like,
Yes.
no, we want it in a corporate farm and take
Yes.
away from these family owned farms, which affected a
Yes.
lot of us greatly,
Big
greatly.
facts. I'm part of the black farmers, but they don't want you to say black farmers, but I'm part of the Farmers Association.
That's
And what's
beautiful.
crazy is that when I went down there and I put in a number and my TMS number for them to pull up my land, they gave me the same acres that my grandmama and my aunt had a garden at. And my mama told me, she was like, "Yo, that's what you Aunt Julia had her garden at and your and grandmama." And then one of my other cousins from back there said, "Shit, she had one of the biggest goddamn gardens in Goose Creek." I said, "Oh shit." So now that already let me know. In order for y'all to give me this same exact land, that means y'all already know.
And we don't get enough into the herbs that we can use to heal ourselves as well. I think of food as medicine, and I also think of herbs as medicine. A lot of people nowadays struggle with health issues, most likely from the food that we've consumed before, and not enough people understand that herbs like basil and parsley and thyme have healing benefits when put into food so that
Big
we are
facts.
better, you know?
Big facts. Big facts. And they not only got to us through the food, baby girl, they got to us by the air and the water.
I have a different take on
Go ahead.
how to quote unquote go within, come back out and take negative and look at it at a positive, because some of this can be just a tad bit of a little fear mongering for me, because the way that it's explained in a different perspective is throughout time and man's discovery of agriculture and the ability to migrate, just happens that it is what it is. The soil and the food becomes somewhat hybrids and tainted because of migrating different seeds to different parts of the world. So Europe didn't have a large food supply. America did, and Africa didn't have a large certain food supply that grew from the ground. Fruits and things, yeah. But now we transfer these foods to this different soil that doesn't per se get as much sunlight or get a certain temperature. And so now the transformation of the food, or the condition of the food, changes the way, because it's not in its natural state. So I think that's how some of the food kind of, if we go into saying that the food is not healthy, I don't think it's done purpose. Could we not look at it as like it's done purposely? But because they didn't know and they migrated, put seeds in this area and grew bananas over here, and it's supposed to be in this region, could that have made them have to outsource ways to create healthy foods for us to consume by migrating through the land and trading agriculture? It's kind of like we just this happens, we didn't know, now we have to fix it through producing more GMO foods and things like that so it can be edible and consumable. Or are y'all standing with it's done on purpose to reduce and calcify the pineal gland and cause that quote unquote scattered brain in the people, the culture? Because it's not just Black Americans. White Americans have a high consumption of obesity. They have a high rate of obesity
No,
too.
you're
Yeah,
right.
hold on.
It's
All
like the
right. So
dumbing
now I'm
down.
glad you said that word
Yes.
obesity. So now, baby girl, can you show me any sign of obesity over here in America when they came here? Because I can show you plenty of descriptions of how they described us. Well fit, muscular, like dog. These boys was physically fit because they ate off the land. That's what we did. So can you show me obesity over here? But I guarantee you, I guarantee you we can find obesity over there though.
In Europe,
Yes. That's where it came from. Just like all the sickness, all the diseases they brought, all that shit came from over there. And I asked for anybody to prove me wrong. Now we had our own sickness over here, but we was able to overcome them, like yellow fever, stuff like that, which is like another thing of like malaria. You know what I mean? But we was able to overcome that because we live here. We was used to that, living in the swamplands and other terrains and stuff like that. But the diseases that they brought over here, it took us a while to overcome those things. Even the so-called, now if people want to say you are African descent and your people was brought on a slave ship, you brought disease with you too over here. Because how was you able to survive around the European with that disease on that ship and around them, but we couldn't survive that shit when they landed over here for a short amount of time? That math ain't mathing. So that means that not only the Europeans came over here with sickness, the Africans or whoever they call that was Africans, which they could have been white Europeans too, or Europeans too coming out of Africa because they was in that slave trade shit too in the Barbary Coast during the height of the transatlantic, so-called transatlantic slave trade. The white Europeans, so they was called Africans too. So they was coming across here with the disease too. Correct? Yes or no? Y'all don't agree with that? Only the European was coming with the disease?
Weren't they?
I mean, at that time, you're right, A1. I would say that you're right. There's been different situations throughout history where we've had things come from Asia, where we've had things come from Europe, or we've had things come from Africa. For me, I think it's really important that we are aware of how to use the best of our food and herbs um, to be our most healthiest self. And I don't think enough of us even focus. Actually, Sunwater and I, and even Fire, we talk about eating for your blood type. That's something a lot of people don't even think about. They just think about trying to eat healthy. But the truth is, if your blood type O, and you can eat or say blood type O is not supposed to have white potatoes, but blood type A may be able to eat white potatoes. Blood type O is supposed to eat sweet potatoes. We don't really even think about this most of the time because we are so spoiled, especially, and we haven't even talked about this, but the food that we have as capitalists, that's just McDonald's every mile, that has no constructive use to give us energy to feed off of. It actually depletes us, and we have that every half a mile, every mile. And not enough people even know to eat for their blood type or just to eat healthy at all. And so it's really important we get the message out there for people to uh, learn this information. They have a lot of good books out right now about eating for your blood type. Some of us can eat one meat, and the next you can't eat that meat. Some of us can eat some vegetables and fruits, and the next you can't eat that vegetable or fruit. And it's just so interesting to me how
I just
much
want
it's really broken down.
I just wanted to clarify for you, High Priestess, that I'm A1, so you can recognize my voice.
Damn,
And the
damn,
other
can I
guy
be
I think that you were
A1 for a
addressing was
second?
OTK.
Damn, I
Appreciate
can't
you.
be A1
Appreciate
for
you.
a
No
second.
problem, and thanks for the insight. I've read studies that go against. Sorry about my dogs. Hold on, I'll tap back in 1 second. Let's see what they're barking at.
Damn, I was just trying to be A1 for a second, man. God damn. Hey, but nah, hey, God,
Appreciate you for
deepness.
making it clear. I
Hey,
see the difference in your voice now. Thanks.
yeah, yeah, I'm OTK. I'm OTK. I'm sorry. I'm open to knowledge, and that's A1. A1 is the host of the show. This is his show, but he'll come back and explain himself. But yeah, I let me ask you a question. God, you said something major because a lot of us say, "Hey, I eat the same foods my grandmama ate." But the thing is, though, is that you're not completely your grandma, your grandmama. You're
No, for
only a
sure.
part
You're
of
right.
her, right?
Yeah.
You're mixed with other things. So
Hmm.
therefore, you need to do the research on what your peoples, them who you're mixed with, are, and find
Right.
out if they had any sickness or anything like that. And I feel like that's a problem because 90% of our problems start from the stomach. So
Digestive system, right? The
it, it,
digestive system. People don't
exactly,
even realize it's
chiefness.
25 feet long. Like,
Go
that's a
ahead, go
big
ahead on in.
portion.
Go ahead on
Mhm.
in.
Well, what I was going to say is it's so funny because the smallest things can make a difference, right? I learned that as blood type O, I'm not supposed to be eating white potatoes. I'm not supposed to be eating cabbage. Cabbage is one of my favorite foods in the world. I'm not even supposed to be eating it. Do I still eat it? Yes, I do. I love it. But for blood type O, it's technically not that great for me. And you're right. We really have to think about the fact that stuff that was passed down in our family, it might not be the best for us because, like you said, you are not your grandmother. You are a piece of, kind of like we're all a piece of the Most High, children of the Most High, but we are not
Uh
the Most
oh.
High.
I'm gonna let you ride with that because you done been saying so much beautiful things. I ain't even gonna jump on you about the Most High right now.
Well, I think about us as as God in motion. ye are
Okay.
God in motion, and
Okay.
all of us are different, but also always think of us as children of the Most High. Like everyone, we are God in motion while we're here. We have the opportunity to do great things, greater works, and part of that now is unlearning some of the things that we've learned that were not so great for us.
Right. Right. Correct. 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 That's a part of understanding. You know
Question,
what I mean?
sorry.
You say the Most High. Oh, my bad. Thousand pardon. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Uh, yeah, I'll wait. I can wait till you finish.
Nah, one thing about OTK will wait for the woman. Go ahead.
So,
I came from a
okay, so I'm
matriarchal
getting the
society,
gist.
baby.
So you don't go with the Most High, or that there's a God, before I ask you.
You asking me? You asking me? Got it, chiefness? Do I
Mm-hmm.
believe? Oh, you asking me? Nah, I don't rock with
Yeah.
the Most High or God. No, no deity at
Mm.
all. Yeah. Why
Okay.
you do? Do you?
I do believe we have a creator and a higher power greater than ourselves. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, when you dealing with that aspect, I do believe that it could be a higher power. So
That's
I'm not
beautiful.
one of those. I'm not one of those type of atheists. I'm an atheist that saying, hey, listen, I leave room for error because I just don't know yet. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that it's not. It's not, and that's completely what it is. No. So you know what I mean? And that's because I came up in the Bible Belt. Being born and raised in the South, I came up in the Bible Belt. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean?
So
I
you would
came up in that
consider
AME.
yourself agnostic,
Yeah. Um,
whereas
um,
like you believe there could be a higher power, but you don't classify it.
right, right,
To me,
right.
that's like what I was saying is, and I use this word all the time, energy. You could spell it
Exactly. Because there you go.
INNERG, energy.
Yes.
We all have this, to me, God in motion frequency.
It's
To me,
energy.
it's your energy, your peace that's
Mm.
connected to the Most High God, creator of all things. That is your energy. That is your piece of contribution to this world. That is
Right,
you, but also the version of you, that higher self, that is God in motions, doing good works in whatever it is that you do.
right, right, right. So me, I'm a spiritual person. So I when I say spiritual, I mean like what Brother Humble was trying to explain, natural nature spirituality, things that really don't need no explanation, but they give an explanation for it, even though it's already tangible. Like we don't have to call the water water. We know that's something that down there, that's a screen. You know what I mean? We see that it's tangible. We don't have to call it water. But because people put the name on it, water or whatever like that, that's why we call it water. And science tries to prove why water flows different direction. I don't care nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? Because we know when the water is going to already change direction because we're in tune with nature. That's the only reason. That's the only way how we will be able to calculate the sun and the moon to come up with calendars over here. Is because we already was in astrology and we already knew what we were seeing over here. But the things that we were seeing over here was different than they were seeing over there in the Western world. How we know is because our dating was off. I mean, right now today, ain't Africa, ain't they saying they like in the year 20 something else? They not in the year 2026?
Oh, so what you're talking about is the difference in calendars because we follow the Gregorian
Astrology that lets you
calendar.
know. Yeah,
That's
yes. The
the 12
Gregorian
month
calendar, the Caesar calendar. Yes, yes.
That's
All
the
of them both.
12-month calendar versus the 13th month calendar. And the difference is
Right.
that there are 13 moon cycles representing the 13 cycles a woman goes through a year. But we
Correct.
celebrate this 12-month cycle because they
Mm-hmm.
say it's easier for us to calculate, but really
Calculate.
that new year starts
Mm-hmm.
when in April 1st when you start seeing growth. We don't start a new
Correct.
year back
Correct.
the first when things are still
When
I
it's the
say
new growth.
things are still dead, but I wish some water was here. Oh, she says dormant. We don't start the new year when things are
When it's
dormant.
dormant.
We start
Yeah.
them when things are springing up and growing, and that would be the spring,
Right.
April 1st, traditionally.
Right.
I
So for those who
definitely
don't know
celebrate
what
that.
dormant means, me being in the landscaping world and having my own business and irrigation, dormant means that it's not dead. It just goes into a hibernation stage.
Exactly. Great
Meaning,
way of putting
meaning
it.
your grass can be dormant, your plants can be dormant, but they're gonna bounce right back when the spring come around. That's what dormant means. That's all that means for those who don't know. You know what I mean? It's no different than hibernation. They just don't call it hibernation because it's dealing with plant life. But go
Exactly.
ahead and go ahead.
No, that was it. I was just saying that I think that because they're still on a 13th month calendar, that
Uh-huh.
there is a difference in our dates. Um,
Hmm.
are we still here at the same time?
Hmm.
Yes, but that was a governmental thing that chose that difference, you know?
But our calendar, we had they had different calendars over here that they found. They found 14 months calendars with shorter days. You understand what I'm saying? But one thing I did see is that the Mayan calendar was 365 days. That's the same calendar that we rolling off of right now to the day. They just add the fourth on leap year. We still rolling off of this same calendar. So what the problem was is that when they first thought that they was telling time from our world over here, they only saw the sun calendar. They didn't find the moon calendar yet. Once they found the moon calendar, they was like, well, okay, the sun represent the days and the hours, but the damn moon
Stop.
represent the days and the months.
You broke that down so easy. The sun and the moon calendar. Wow.
Yes, that's pretty much what it is. The sun calendar was your hours of the day, and the moon was your days of the week and your months. Just as simple as that. That's why they was off. That's why the calendar changed so many times until they got it right to say, okay, over here in America, we over here on the 365-day calendar. And that's still right now to the day. And if people don't believe me, just go look it up and see if the Mayan didn't have a 365-day calendar.
Wow.
The day from when?
Huh?
Time or from time or the day you was born? From when?
It was just
So
time period because they was studying stars, baby. They was tracking the stars and how far the stars go around to track the days, and they was doing the moon. I mean the sun about how high the sun rises up, and then they was doing the nature when nature comes in. Is that when they know when the plant crops is because they already went through this, so they know when the plant crops. All of this was dealing with nature, things that's already tangible.
So my
Yeah.
initial question earlier, which brings me back to this again, could we have this existence and these things being known without them being put on paper
Yes, the thing
or
about it
recorded?
is from
And
from
I'm
my
asking to open your brain a little.
yes, and to me, to my understanding, yes. The problem is that we got to understand that when we start talking about history, we got to understand where history starts at. It started over there in the Western world. They wouldn't write nothing about us in the Americas. They didn't know nothing about us. People might have did, I ain't won't say that. Because we seeing so many different things now, man. People might have known about the people in the Caribbeans or people in Canada. I don't want to say that, but from what history tell us, and we just dealing off of what history tell us, they didn't know nothing about us over here. So that's why every time something that's found over here, it's always past dated after theirs. But now, after they doing all of this American archaeological researches and stuff like that, and it's more colleges open up doing these researches. Now that we're seeing they're dating out us back damn near the same time or later than the people over there. And I'm talking about pyramids. I'm talking about Luzio. Those are some skeletons that they found, buried during the mammoth time. You know what I mean? Out South America and stuff like that coming into the Americas. And then you got Albert Perry, who got one of the oldest DNA in America that nobody else has. His DNA was so old till they had to go back and add his DNA to make it look like he came from Africa. That's on my grandmama, and he's from the South Carolina region. And if anybody know about William the Refrigerator Perry or his brother, these were some big dudes that played in the NFL. They was big and they looked like they was giants. Like they people could have been giants back in the day, 7, 8 foot easily, like for real. So when we start seeing all of these magnificent things over here in America, it makes you say, well, damn, let me do my research here in America. We don't need to go outside of America. Let me start where I know I can trace my bloodline at, because I'm pretty sure that if y'all not second or third generation straight from Africa right now today, ain't none of y'all can trace y'all old ancestors back to Africa. Y'all will trace all of them back here.
And a
So
lot of
do
us
your
are
due
indigenous
diligence
as
and
well,
find your research back here and find yourself in the story. Do your
right?
genealogy. We did greatness over here. Um, how can it be buildings and stuff built during these world fairs when these people just supposedly came in the 1600? They doing the world fair in the 1700s, and you mean to tell me they got a whole New York built? That math not mathing to me. It's a lot of greatness that we did, and a lot of reason is because of these Moors. These Moors,
Mm.
they came over here, they start taking information and they start fiberglassing information. How we know? Because we catch one of the first instances of them doing this in the Peabody Museum. And it's a book out, damn near 800 pages of the Peabody Museum. It's called the Indian in the Feather Headdress, where the Moors took the hairdress and took it back to Europe and say, look what we did. This ours. And they put it in a museum and called it Moorish because them Indians was dark skinned. But I'll leave that alone. No, I get into that a little later, but you know what I mean? Yeah, I really do this, y'all, goddesses. I really do this. And I'm very intellectual with this. Yeah, cause you good. All right, let's see. Yeah, you already know, cuz yeah, so that's how it really go down. So that's all I'm telling y'all. And y'all know I'm not lying because 90% of y'all up here on this panel can trace yourself back to an American lineage. If y'all do y'all genealogy, y'all peoples done been here in it. Y'all ain't find out a slave ship or no none of that. And if y'all and remember the story back in the day, A1 was that we had our last names of our slave owners. But now when we go back in history, we start seeing all the slaves that the slave owners are on, they last name was different. So why all they last name ain't because of the slave owner? It's because the one who had the last name of the slave owner, that slave owner was his great grandfather or something. It was their bloodline. And I can back up everything I say, A1. Good word.
Hey, if it was my panel, I would have dropped a bomb for you right there. Good looking, man.
So you're saying that we're not from Africa?
No, I'm not saying everybody. Everybody don't have the same story, baby. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. You could have some bloodline from Africa, baby. I'm not telling you're not that.
So
Do
then,
you think you from Africa? Do you think you from Africa, or do you know you from Africa?
well, just according to history, saying that the cradle of civilization is in Africa. Oh, wait a minute. So the civilized defined as the first being? I need to look up and see what that is. Because it says it's the cradle of civilization, not the beginning of humanity. But with that
Yeah,
being
it's not the
said, if
cradle of
that's the
life.
starting point,
Yeah.
wouldn't we all have uh migrated or started from there and migrated out to
That, I mean, you're on point with that, Chosen. And then a lot of us also have indigenous blood, those of us that are from Africa but also have indigenous blood tied to this land, meaning we are tied to both lands. So, and
All
as
right.
far
So
as
hold on. So now,
Mhm.
so both of y'all believe in evolution?
Mm,
Y'all can answer one at a time. Y'all ain't gotta answer at the
no,
same time.
I believe in revelation,
So
not
you don't believe in
evolution.
evolution. Okay. Do you believe in
Well,
evolution, Chiefness?
technically it's the same thing.
What?
So,
Revolution and evolution is the same thing?
kind of in a way, yeah.
Oh,
Now
okay. Okay.
explain, OTK, explain what you mean by evolution. Do you mean us
Oh,
coming from tadpoles and growing to different animals to what we are
Hold
now?
on. I'm saying the outer Africa theory is based on evolution. Y'all ain't know that?
from monkeys?
It's based on eugenics.
Uh,
Y'all didn't know that?
mm,
I
I
All
can't
thought
I'm
that was the
saying, listen now, and it wasn't your boy. It wasn't your boy who they try to give all the credit to that say he came up with eugenics. He did not come up with eugenics. He was studying birds. It was his cousin and another woman who came out with that shit and started eugenics, which causes a racial classification that starts happening. You know what I mean? A racial caste system. My bad. I, I I was about to say it right, a castration system because they was castrating women at that time too, boy. They was dirty. If you was feeble-minded, boy, and you got pregnant, they was taking your baby from you. Yeah, yeah, eugenics was serious. Um, yeah, so evolution, um, the out of Africa theory comes from evolution. It's not the cradle of civilization. Baby girl say cradle of civilization, but I understand what she was saying. The cradle of life would be the beginning. That would be the first, the cradle of life. The
Well,
And what's
cradle of
their starting point?
civilization is when you start getting things in order and y'all living in an orderly structure and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was just letting you know. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, baby girl. You was right. The cradle of life.
I
That's what
actually
they
just
say.
got this book where it was talking about
Mhm.
how we started in Africa, and then
Mhm.
because of the equator burning up so much of the land we were trying to plant on, we went to go find more food in other places, and that's how we traveled. We traveled to where the food was. Once the food started getting dried up from the
Uh-huh.
being below the equator and the sun
Uh-huh.
being too hot to crop, we would move to
Mhm.
different lands, and that's how
Mhm.
we, because you ever notice how like when we take DNA tests
That
it'll
would be
be
your
like,
middle. That would be your Congolese jungle on down the South African below the equator, correct?
yeah, and it was talking about how we were moving
Uh-huh.
on ships in order to find food because our land was just too hot to grow enough food for civilization to exist. So we started migrating out to different places. We went to the islands, we went to Australia, we went to different areas to find
So
more
how could
food.
Africa be the cradle of civilization? With
And
that
what
logic you just kicked just now, how could Africa be the cradle of civilization if they had to leave to go without to get food?
Well, I didn't say it was. I know Chosen did, but for me, the way I think about it is if we started there, it would have been our original birthplace dating back. But when a lot of us take these DNA tests, ask ancestry.com and stuff, we do see you're this much Asian, that you're this much European, you're this much African, you're this much indigenous. And I believe the reason that is the case for a lot of us is because of that traveling. Even if it is a small amount, it might have been because we only stayed in that part of the world for a small amount of time because we were continuously searching for the ability to grow food. And that's why I feel like these ancestry.com results look the way that they do.
So now, when you're talking about a migration story, you migrating out of Africa and going other places, and then they find you in America, and then they trace you back to Africa. What year can they trace this migration to through your DNA test?
I'm reading a book on it. Actually, let me look in there and see if it does.
It's only 200 years. I save you some work. It's only 200 years. That's the farthest a DNA test go back. And without a paper trail and without a reference panel, they could not give you no DNA trail. So all of this goes off a reference panel and a paper trail. And your paper trail will be your name and your genealogy.
I got you. Hey, Fire, will
And
you
then
let
they put you
Sunwater up?
in a reference panel, and you can go look at the .com, the DNA tests. Go look at their white pages, and you will see that that you gotta have a name. Like, you just can't spit in the tube and they can tell you who you are. You gotta send that shit in with a name,
Good looking out.
especially being a woman, because don't you know, within these DNA tests, and now I'm gonna get deeper. In paternal DNA tests, a woman can never find her father.
Mm.
when
Through
you
a
say
DNA test, through a paternal test. In a child support case, the only way she can find him is if him or somebody else already got some DNA in that system that's comparable to that. But without that, or they got a name, that woman can never find her daddy through a
Wow.
DNA
That's
test, and that's
interesting.
through the court system. And I've been through that during high school. I'm just saying, just living off experience. Because the woman carried double genes that's the same. The man carried two different genes. Go ahead, A1. My bad. That was part A1 thing.
Never mind. Well, I was gonna ask her specifically what time period she was talking about, so I didn't have to assume or guess when she said cradle of civilization. But you got it. It's not.
Um,
We can move on. Shout out
as
Saint
early
Barbara Love.
as early as the empire, Mesopotamia specifically.
Got you. That's a good. That's what I assumed too, but I didn't want to assume that, and she was talking about 1,000,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So, got you.
So A1, will Mesopotamia be considered Africa, or parts of
Yeah.
Mesopotamia be considered Africa?
No, Africa. The way I see it on the maps, if it's not separated by water, that's just one mass of land. That's that whole
No,
piece of that
Mesopotamia
land.
was never Africa. Those are two different land masses. Those are two different places.
It says
That's
on
what I
it
was
says
about to.
Separated
online
by
it's
water.
That's what I was about to let her know. Now she's talking Sumerian.
It's partially.
Is it?
so
Cradle
you're
of
talking about the
civilization.
Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Syria, Turkey, and Kuwait.
Is that separated by
Right, that's
water?
Mesopotamia right there. Yeah, that's
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Is
Shit,
that separated from
Sumeria, it will be, and see, that's why she said Mesopotamia, because that's Sumeria. Remember, Sumeria is in that one of the beginnings of the cradle of civilization and the cradle of life too.
Oh
In
yeah, it says
Sumeria, you
you're
know
right.
what I
It
mean?
says yes,
Yes,
Mesopotamia
that's the Mesopotamia
specifically.
too.
The
So yeah.
Sumerian is considered the world's
Mm.
first civilization around
Yeah, that would be your
4,500.
Right,
Okay.
that would be your descendants of your Anunnakis, so
Yep.
called. So what they say,
So it
yes.
says 4,500, 4,000 BCE. Mm-hmm.
Shout out High Priestess on the fact check for us. Appreciate it.
I was just checking it
A1,
out.
A1. Hey, listen, your boy's surgical now. I'm trying to tell you, man. You
That's
know
why.
what I mean?
That's why I roll around with you, man. That's my right hand right there. OTK, man.
See,
And
that's
quick
why I
from the
roll with
quick
you,
from the hip.
man.
I have a question about
Yeah, go ahead.
Mesopotamia because
Mhm.
is this separated from Africa by water or by a border?
It will be by landmass at the first beginning, baby girl.
Let me look it up because I
Yeah,
don't think
I'm
so.
look at this
Yeah.
map. It really is
Now, if you look
interesting.
at parts, now the reason why she's probably saying that because parts of northeastern Africa will be considered Mesopotamia because it like kind of broke off from Africa. So
Mhm.
I can understand why she's probably saying that.
It looks like you have Kuwait that has the Persian Gulf, but it looks like it's between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
Mhm. Yeah,
That
all
is
of
all a
the
part of Africa until they
oh
separated the
okay
borders with imaginary borders because did they go literally put
okay
a border in between the
No.
land
yeah.
or
So
did
There's
they
not
just
an
say
ocean.
hold
There's
on
not
one
an
second.
ocean.
Let me read this really fast. So it
Mhm.
Go
says
ahead.
Mesopotamia is not a part of Africa. It is a region in West Asia. Is in West Asia because it's on the Asian continental plate. It's between the Tigris and Euphrates River, corresponding mainly to the modern Iraq plus Syria, Turkey, Iran, and Kuwait. So it's geographically on the Asian tectonic plate.
Right. So back in the day, that would be your Persians, your Babylonians, your Hittites, your
Mm-hmm.
Phoenicians, your Sumerians. That would be all of their territory, baby girl.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
In other words. Mhm. See, I'm taking you back to old history names too. You know what I'm saying? I can go farther back than that too. Even the Bible had different names for these places at the time. The Quran too. Big facts. But you wasn't that far off though, baby girl, because some
You're
people would say the
saying
tigers. Some people would say the tigers in the Euphrates is in Africa. Shit. So you know what I mean? They say that shit is on the African plate. You know what I mean? The African tectonic plate. So I understand what you're saying. I understand. I definitely understand what you're saying. So I'm just letting you know you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
that's I think that one strip of land
Mm-hmm.
that connects the two lands together,
Uh-huh.
it's like a little thin strip,
It
and then that
is.
connect. Mm-hmm.
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 That
So
is
you talking about the Bering Strait, because we know that they opened the Bering Strait up in order for them to get bigger ships through. So now when I think about the Bering Strait, y'all, the Bering Strait put that side of the land towards Mediterranean side. On you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I see
One,
the
I-
Mediterranean Sea and
that's
then
what
the
I'm saying.
Persian
Yeah.
Gulf. Uh-huh.
Right. That's why I understand where she's coming from, because once they had opened that motherfucker up, hold on, was that the Bering Strait or the Suez Canal? God damn, I be getting them shit mixed up.
Suez Canal, probably.
No, the Suez Canal is in Panama. That's in Panama. That was Panama. That was the open Panama. Um, Yeah, the Bering Strait. That's the one that they open up to make bigger so they can come straight through the Mediterranean and go straight down the eastern side of Africa, straight into India and all of that. Hindustan, my bad. Hindustan and Bharat at the time. They was not called India. My fault.
Also, don't forget that landmass, so it's connected to the Mediterranean, the Red Sea,
Mhm.
and the Persian Gulf. And that Persian
Right,
Gulf and Red Sea run into that Arabian Sea. Um,
right.
they have actually a lot of accesses to water right there. That
Facts.
was
And it
actually a
runs
really
straight
good
into the
place to
it
be.
runs straight into the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Indian Ocean was was a MF boy. That Indian Ocean was serious down there at the bottom. They got currents that run through there too, where certain parts of the year all they had to do is jump on the water. Because we gotta understand they always dealing with sails at a certain point of time. It wasn't no steamships. So they always dealing with sails. They was dealing with nature.
No wonder it's called the Fertile Crescent because I mean it's
Hmm.
right there between all that water on different accesses. Even though the Syrian desert is right underneath it in the Arabian desert, it
Hmm.
still has that Fertile Crescent area, and I do see the Euphrates and Tigris running through it. So, I mean,
Well,
that was
from
a
what
pretty good.
history say, the Sahara Desert wasn't always a desert.
Hmm.
That was very fertile because you had multiple rivers going through there. But a cataclysm happened and human intervention that started trapping off waterways and diverting waterways for travel. Let's be for real. This is what people do. If they need to travel, they're going to start diverting the waterways for them to travel because that was the fastest way of travel was by
Hmm.
ship, not by horse.
Mesopotamia is a part of Africa. What he
You
say
talking
that
about
rock? Yeah.
baby, you talking about the Mediterranean Sea, baby. But everything good. You good. We understand what you're saying though. That's why I say you're not wrong. We understand what you're saying. I think we all
This
in
is
agreement with
this
you.
is interesting, and this this is just put in a different perspective with Asia and Mesopotamia, close to Egypt. Man, this is this like this goes on and on and on and on because I don't know. Now I'm start because this would have been closer to the lighter skinned Egyptians, and this is how they get um you're
You
the
can't.
Egyptian with the different texture hair. And then as far as the further you down, is that how you get the darker African? Oh, so okay, Egyptians is not the whole of the Africa.
No, it's not, baby girl.
So Mesopotamia being the cradle does hmm,
That's what they. That's what the history that
hmm.
they say. But they got more than one cradle of civilization story over there. Just like they got more than one um um evolution story. They got more than one migration story. They got a in the Africa migration story too. Like everybody was trying to come into that fertile land. And that's why places like Egypt and all of that in that top part of Africa that where they was fertile back then became a melting pot. They have that story too. The
I
thing
was
is
just
we
thinking
don't
that that
know.
that's a
The
good way to
thing
put
is
it.
we don't know. We don't know.
Hmm.
That's all I can tell you, baby girl. We don't know.
That is such a good way to put it because when we see it depicted in history, sometimes we see people that look like they're from Africa, sometimes we see people
Mhm.
that look like they're from Iraq, and it makes sense now because they're on either side of that what they call Mesopotamia. And
Mhm.
so you probably had both versions of people, and then we know uh other people we see really fair skinned people that almost look like white people like Cleopatra and stuff like that who were mixed uh where we're just seeing all kinds of shades of people. You put it right when you said melting pot, and I guess it's
Melting
because that
pot.
land was so fertile.
Right. I mean, can y'all show me Pharaoh uh uh and I'm gonna say this, the Bible says it, but can y'all show me anybody in Egypt, any pharaoh having a army before Nubia came into it? And the reason why I say Nubia because they're the forgotten dynasty that came in there and ended up taking control for a little while, and they was great warriors. We got a story about the Nubians. They was great warriors, but I don't see
Absolutely.
nothing in history saying nothing about the Egyptians being great warriors. This is the reason why they asked Alexander to please come in there and get the Assyrians and the Persians, to get them, the Babylonians, to get them out of Egypt. Not this what history says. So can anybody show me anything in Egypt like an army before the Nubian dynasty came into rule in Egypt? That's just a question out there, man. A1, hopefully somebody will hit you, you know. No, we got some Egypt
I'm looking too.
scientists.
It says yes, Egypt had a military force long before the rise of the Nubian Kushite Empire, 8th century BC. During the early dynastic period and Old Kingdom, 3100 2181 BC, Egypt utilized organized where was that? Conscripted levies to secure borders, conduct raids, and suppress internal conflict. Let's see if it says what these
Levies.
armies.
So is those the Levites of the Bible? Aaron them boys? Cause you know Aaron became a Levite now, the Bible Moses brother.
It says
My
these
bad.
early forces matured into a professional standing army by the New Kingdom.
New Kingdom. Okay. So now when we dealing with New Kingdom, that's after Narmer done united both sides. So now is the New Kingdom up underneath the Ptolemies or is it up underneath the old pharaohs?
Okay, so it said
Because
while
the
the
old
Nubian
kingdom would be the old pharaohs.
It said while the Nubian kingdom of Kush eventually conquered Egypt during the 25th dynasty, 744-656 BC, Egypt had maintained a functioning organized military system for over 2,000 years prior.
Okay. I bet. Bet. But the Nubian, you know, the Nubians came in there to push the Assyrians out of there again. First.
You know
They
what it
didn't come just
was?
to
You
Yeah,
know
they
what
didn't
it
come to fight
was?
the Egyptians. They came to fight the Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, whatever they named, Hittites. They had all kind of names through time, but they all the same people to me. But you know,
It says these forces, the ones that reigned for 2000, they used
Mm.
spears, maces, bow and arrow to protect trade routes and manage resources, um, extraction in regions like Nubia. But ironically, Nubians were already prized as skilled archers, and that's why they were able to take over. Skilled archers.
Right, that's what I'm
Interesting.
saying. The Nubians was skilled archer and they was wrestlers. They was straight warriors. They could have fight.
No, you're
So
right, because it said bow and arrow for the early, and then it said skilled archers for the Nubian. There's a
those would
difference.
be your magi. I think they later became the magi's, which would be like some of the guardians of the pharaoh or whatever like that. Your magi, your archers. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's their name became magi. They not
It's
only
it's
archers, they was some of the protectors of the pharaoh. Like they was like first army. Like you got to
mhm.
go through other armies before you even get to them. They was like the elite class.
It says they were just composed of peasants and local militias raised by governors, the nomarchs.
Yeah, that what they call them.
It says the military evolved from local militias into a professional force following the trima of the Hyksos invasion, second intermediate period, setting the stage for the New Kingdom's expansion.
Okay, so now those your Hyksos. You know, a lot of people try to claim the Hyksos as Israelites. So the Hyksos are also another group that came from that area too. I forgot all about them. Shit, they came from that area over there too. It's a
So then they were
boy.
taken over by the Nubian army.
Yeah, it was your Hyksos. Okay, I keep saying your Hittites and shit like that. You know what I mean? But I forgot all about the Hyksos. That was
Yeah.
another group that was coming in there, and them the ones who the Israelites try to say that they written about on the stone and all of that shit right there. Your Hyksos. They try to say that those the Israelites, the Hebrews or whatever like that.
So
But
that's the fight between the Hyksos and the Nubian army. That was the huge
yeah,
fight that was the takeover by the Nubian militia.
they run their ass up out of there.
Yeah.
I remember I told you earlier it was the Persians, the Assyrians, because I was calling them all kind of names. I forgot to call them Hyksos too. They all came from that area.
Mm-hmm.
At different times, they was called different things.
Wow.
Later on in history, they all joined together and became the Ottomans.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Tyler Pod.
So, hey, Shalom. So the Hyksos. So the Hyksos, they had alliance with the what you call the Nubians. The Egyptians actually intercept one of their correspondents, and that's how he found out that the Hyksos was ruling in the Delta. His name was Kamos. I mean, Sennared. No, my bad. That ain't his name. His name was Sennared Tal. Right. So
Was
he's
he
the
in that
one.
Persia area?
So his son. No, these are Egyptians. They
No, I'm talking about
Memphites.
the Hyksos. I'm talking about the Hyksos.
What about them?
Was they in that Persia area?
No.
So
So
who are the Hyksos again? Go ahead.
so the Hyksos was a tribe of people that ruled in Egypt. They was a
Where they come from, bro?
well they wasn't a tribe, but I'm saying like the Egyptians gave them the name Hyksos.
Where did they
Because
come from?
they was foreign rulers. That's what the name means.
All right, where did they come
Hakakasus.
from? Where did they
What did
come
they?
from? If they foreign, that means they didn't come from Egypt. So where did they come from, bro?
They came from the Delta.
What is the Delta? Persia area,
No,
Sumerian, Assyrian, Hyksos?
The Delta is lower Egypt, which is the northern part where you see the fertile land at, the good land. That's where they came. That's where they
So
entered
you
in at.
saying the Hyksos was originally Africans?
Why wouldn't they be?
They were considered the Canaanite related people.
All right then. So if they
Well,
was Canaanites, they came
they
from over
wasn't
there in the
Canaanite.
Persia. Man,
They
come
wasn't.
on, bro.
So
Quit mixing up the dope, bro.
uh,
Quit mixing
ain't
up the
nobody
dope,
mixing
bro.
it up, bro. What are you talking
Man, the
about? What
Hyksos was foreigners. If they're not
they
gonna call
were?
somebody
They
from the
were.
same continent foreigners. In that case, they would have called the Nubians foreigners. They
They
didn't.
do.
They
That's the
called them
point that I'm making.
Nubians.
Hold on. Listen. That's the point that I'm making. They called Nubians Hyksos at one point in time.
Huh? Pull that up on the screen.
No, the Nubians came in
What,
to
I mean,
fight the Hyksos.
Nubians is a what's called. They called the
Dog,
Cushite.
some of the
The
Egyptians
rulers
are
is called
Nubians, bro.
rulers.
It started from the
The
south.
Hekakasus are rulers of foreign lands.
The
The
Hyk
Nubians in the 8th dynasty, the Ta-Nehesi, was called Hekakasus before the Hyksos that started to rule for hundreds of years. The Hyksos
Man,
dynasty.
Hyksos and Hyksos is two different languages, dog. And that's what I don't
Hyksos
like
is
about
Greek.
this Hebrew thing, man.
Listen,
This
bro. That's
Hebrew
they
thing is
talking.
y'all the only ones that know when to put
Hekakasus and
letters and to
Hyksos
take
is the
letters
same
out.
thing. Hold on,
Dog,
listen, bro. It's two
what
different
does
languages.
rulers of a
It
foreign land, bro? Let me ask you this:
go
what does
ahead.
foreign mean, bro? What does foreign mean to you? Let's start
Stranger,
there.
a stranger,
All right then.
not from this land.
So, all right then. So they are called rulers from a foreign land or rulers of a foreign land. Which one? From or of? Because
They
that mean a
foreign
lot.
rulers, bro. Listen, we ain't finna do all that. They
So
foreign
they
rulers.
from. All right then. So that means they came from somewhere, correct?
Rulers of foreign land. Rulers from foreign land. It don't
All
matter.
right, all right,
They're
all right.
foreign
can I
rulers,
just jump in real
foreign
quick?
chieftains.
They came
Go
from
ahead, goddess. Go
Syria,
ahead, goddess. Go ahead, goddess.
Palestine, and Lebanon.
Well,
Thank
that's
you.
conjecture. What
Thank
evidence
you.
says that they came from there? See, this is what I'm
Thank
saying.
you, bro.
Well, I
Come on,
wouldn't
man.
even. I don't care if they did came from there, because I got evidence that Never mind. It don't that don't even matter. But they say that
What?
to throw you off. That's still saying they was Asiatics. They came from Western
But
Asia.
can you prove? Can
Now
you
let me
show
ask you
us
this. Now
something?
let me ask you this, because you said they
Hold up,
wasn't
hold up.
Israelites. Now let me
Can
ask
you
you this. So
prove?
you said that they wasn't Israelites. Did the Israelites come from the same area that she just said?
Yes. To me,
Okay.
yes.
So if the Israelites came from the same place, that they saying that these Hyksos, which is just a classification
It
that
would not
the
be no
Egyptians gave them.
Israelite at this time, bro. It would not be no
Well,
Israelite at this
well,
time,
that's
or no
right.
Hebrew. Hold up,
Technically,
bro.
wait, hold on.
Hold
You
up,
can't
bro.
say, hold on.
Don't you
It wouldn't be
you
a
quit
what?
mixing the dope, bro.
No,
One
hold on,
thing
hold on,
about
hold
me
on,
is
hold
I
on. You
deal
said
with
it wouldn't. No, wait,
timelines.
listen, bro.
I
You
deal with
said that it.
timelines. It
You said
wasn't
that it
no
wouldn't be
Hebrew and
no
it wasn't no
Israelite. That's
Israelites.
false.
Yeah, it
That's
wasn't.
false. Was Joseph an Israelite?
No, bro. Joseph then was not out during the time of the Hyksos and the Hittites
Listen,
and the
listen.
Syrians and all of them, bro. No, they
Hold
wasn't,
on.
bro. Stop
All
it.
right, listen, bro. Answer
Stop
the
it,
question.
bro.
Was Joseph
Stop it,
an
bro.
Israelite? Because you said it wouldn't be no Israelite
Joseph,
during this time.
no, Joseph was not an Israelite.
Well, what's Joseph's father's name?
Joseph was a Judas. If anything, he would probably been practicing Judaism, which is a
All right, bro. Y'all have a
combination
good.
of Hinduism, a combination of Buddhism, Phoenicianism, and Kemeticism. He would have been practicing all of that. Same thing Abraham practiced.
I'm not talking about
That's
what he
what
was
Judaism
practicing.
is.
I'm talking about who do he descend from?
That's what he
Joseph
descends from.
is
It wasn't
Jacob.
no Israelite then, man. What Joseph you talking
All
about?
right, Israel. All right, bro. So if you being if you playing semantically,
No.
Israelite is English. That's what
No, that's
you.
not English.
That is an English word. So
No, it's not an English word.
all right. So why you
GBN,
keep
you were
saying?
on point with Western Asia.
I know. So why you keep saying that Joseph was not an Israelite if his father name is Israel?
Mm, Uh, that's why I said, man, what Joseph you talking about, man? I'm thinking about Jesus daddy, bro. My fault.
Oh,
Um,
all right, all right,
my
all
fault,
right.
bro. That's why I had
No,
to
no, no.
correct
It's
myself and
okay.
ask you
It's
what
okay.
Joseph you talking about. Thousand pardon, bro.
That's my
Yo,
fault. I should have clarified that. But I just
yeah.
came up. I just came up to say that the
Mhm.
Hyksos, right? They had an alliance with the Cushite people who became the Cushites are the Nubians. The Cushite, Magi, Ta-Nehisi, those are Nubians. So
I thought the
the
Hicksite was the Nubians. So how could they have a contract with them?
because we have correspondence coming from the Hyksos
All
kings
right, so now
going
you
to the
contradicting
Nubians.
yourself because you said the Nubians was called Hyksos too.
The Nubians was so okay. Let me
Now
fin-
you got a
okay.
contradiction.
Let
You
me
talking,
clarify that.
yeah, you talk, yeah. Get your shit together because you talking
Okay,
about the
so
Hyksos had a
in the
contract with the Nubians, and then earlier you said the Nubians was the Hyksos. So go ahead and clarify that, bro.
okay, so the word is hakakasus in the Medu Neter or in the ancient Egyptian language, right? So it's a word to describe a foreign ruler, right?
So that
So
can be
it's a
anybody, right?
hold on, hold
That can
on,
be
hold on,
anybody,
hold on,
right?
hold on. Yeah, any ruler, yeah,
That can
any
be any
chieftain
ruler.
or ruler, right?
That doesn't mean that the Hyksos, correct?
Well, the first time that it
Because it's
was
saying a
wait, hold
foreign ruler.
on.
Hold on, because it's saying a foreign ruler, correct? So that means any foreign ruler, and we know Egypt had a couple of foreign rulers, correct?
Right.
All right, then. So that
The
foreign
first
ruler could mean anybody, right?
it's foreign rulers. So, you have the Hyksos. Okay, so I'm gonna get to that. Just let me flesh this out
Hyksos
about the
don't mean
Nubians real
foreign
quick.
ruler though.
I'm gonna answer
Hyksos
your
don't mean foreign ruler though.
Hyksos. Okay, Hyksos is from Manito.
Yeah,
Manito,
but it don't mean
when
foreign
you write
ruler
in
though.
Greek, Manito is translating the Medu Neter or the ancient Egyptian language, the Middle Egyptian language, into the Koine Greek or into the common Greek language of that time in the 3rd century BC. So that's
All
why
right,
it's
so
Hyksos
now, bro,
and not
A1,
Hekakasu,
this is
because
why
they're
I try
not
to tell
speaking.
people to
Because
stay on
hold on,
time
because
frames, man.
Greek is.
Y'all be
I'm
mixing.
giving you
This is
time
why I
frames.
say y'all mixing dope. You're
I'm
bringing in
giving
the
you the.
Greek language. Hold on, bro. You're bringing in the Greek language, which is Latin. You're bringing in Latin now
Hyksos is
into this
Greek.
conversation. Hold on,
Hyksos is
bro.
Greek. You know that, right?
You're
It's
bringing
not.
in
That's
this.
not Egyptian. That's Greek.
Hold on. You're bringing in this Latin conversation. Now, you're bringing in Latin manuscript when you say Greek. Now, you're talking
No.
about
Greek is before the Latin. Greek is BC, 3rd century BC.
what?
Some
I'll
even
be
say probably
damned.
6.
Hey, this brother say the Greek is before the Latin. Hey,
It
bro.
is.
Hey, listen, I like your conversation, bro, but me and you gonna work. Me and you gonna do some work together. I'm gonna teach you how to study
Okay, we got a
timeline.
fact checker.
The Greek is
High
not
pre.
before the Latin. The Greek spoke Latin, bro.
No, they didn't. They spoke Greek.
Huh?
The Romans spoke Latin.
What is a Greco-Roman?
Greco-Roman. Greeks in the Roman Empire. Hold on, listen, hold on. You can't grandstand
Hey,
over here. What are you talking
no,
about?
I ain't trying to grandstand. I'm asking you,
Yes,
what is a
you is. What
Greco-Roman?
you laughing
One,
for?
one, one from Greece and one from Rome, correct?
No,
Huh?
a Greco-Roman is a Grecian in the Roman Empire.
Yeah. A Grecian is a Greek, somebody from Greece, correct?
A Grecian is someone that speak Greek.
They
Look
from
it
Greece,
up.
correct? Are they from
Not
Greece?
necessarily. Not necessarily. A Grecian could be someone that just speak Greek or just practice Greek customs.
Is that not Latin, bro?
No, Latin comes
Hey,
in the
baby
4th
girl,
century
baby
AD.
girl, can
So
you
I'm
show us
so
what
I'm looking
language?
it up,
Hold on,
guys.
bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Calm down. Baby girl, can you show us what language was spoken in Greece, which is
Well,
Italy,
the
please?
when I looked up who were the Greco-Romans, it talks about the blending of Greek and Roman cultures' languages dominated from the Mediterranean world roughly 33 BC to 39 AD. It signifies a shared hybrid civilization, classical antiquity, where Roman political power adopted Greek arts, philosophy, and literature. Let's see if it'll tell us a
I
little bit
agree
more.
with that. It's the
So
transitioning from the Greek Empire to the Roman Empire,
I'm gonna
and
Greco-Roman.
break
that's
that
when
down to you. Go ahead, sister. I'm gonna break
it
it down to you. I'm gonna break it
it's
down to you.
it
Go ahead.
spanned from the Mediterranean, including Europe, North Africa, and parts of Western Asia. So it was like GDN Capone. It looked like it was just a lot of mixture of rulers that kind of
No,
came in.
that's
Go,
a,
All right.
go
so
ahead.
so Greco. So listen, you have the Greek Empire, the Grecian Empire. That's before the Romans. How I know this because you have Alexander the Greek, the king of Greece, who go around, the king of Athens, who go around and conquers everything.
I
That's
see.
and start his
Alexander was a
empire.
Macedonian.
Once
Dog,
he start,
Alexander was a
yes, he
Macedonian,
was a
bro.
Macedonian.
All
Yes.
right. He was a Greco-Roman.
No,
Him and
The
Ptolemy, all
Roman
them boys,
Empire,
bro.
the Rome.
Stop, bro.
Listen, listen, listen.
Stop real
You
quick.
just
Stop,
spoke,
bro.
but you just spoke.
Stop. No, I'm
You
about
just
to ask
spoke.
you a question real quick, and I want you to go in. I want you to go in. Did the Greek or the Greek Roman or whatever this empire is, did they come to age after
I
the
didn't even come
Vikings,
into
what
the
they
art.
call Vikings, the Nordics, the Celts, or the Celts, from
Say that
Rush
last
they
part.
at?
Say that last part again. My bad.
All right. Did the Greeks or the Roman Empire, did they come of age because of these Nordics and these Vikings, what they would later become Vikings, came down and had a war with them in Italy?
No, the Celtics is after the Greeks. I believe. I
Alright,
think the
bet, bet.
Celtics
Say
is
no
like
more. Bet.
the
Say
Celtics
no
is like
more. Say
first
no more, bro.
century. It's like first. I think it's like first century,
Say no more.
first
Say no more,
century
bro.
BC or something
Alright.
like that.
Say no more,
I'm not.
bro. Say no more. Say no more. Say no
I'm
more.
not sure. I'm not sure about
'Cause
the Celtics.
this
But when I
niggas
looked
ain't
it up
even talking
before,
about this nigga talking about the Greeks, but he don't know the Greeks had more than one class who was classified under the Greeks. You had the Arcadians, you had the Spartans, you had all
where
of
the
these
Acadians
different
Greek?
subclass groups, like she said, that had their own king that was up underneath this one banner because they was fighting for the whole of the country against the
But was
people
they
that was
conquered
coming
by
from
was they conquered
Asia
by
and the people
Alexander?
that was coming across the Mediterranean, motherfuckers like Xerxes and all of these motherfuckers
Those
These
like
were
this.
Persians.
these, you know, GD and
Xerxes is a
Capone,
Persian.
these
Go
were
ahead.
the conquest of Alexander the Great to the end of the
Right,
Western Roman Empire. That's what you're
Right.
talking about.
right,
That's what I'm saying.
right.
So you have
That's
Alexander the
Ptolemy, them
Greek.
boys, man. That's Ptolemy. That's when they landed in Egypt and they stopped after they fought the Babylonians. We know where this came in at. You had
Yeah,
wars, but hold up,
but
bro,
you
bro,
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go
baby
ahead.
girl. Can you just type in? I know you had type in something about the language. I don't know what that language was that
Just
you had
yeah, just
typed in
do
there, but
that.
you got
What
that
what language
hyphen
is
for.
first? Greek
Can
or
you?
Latin? Which one is earlier?
Don't you know Latin influenced Arabic too? Latin is included in Arabic, bro.
Yeah,
Like
those
that's
are
how
those
old
are
that
early,
motherfucker
those
is.
are late
Hold up,
languages
bro.
though.
Hold up, bro. That's how old Latin is. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Those are later
Ah,
languages though.
man. Come on, man. Latin comes from Italy, bro. I don't care what nobody say.
I ain't say it didn't.
Yeah. All them Greeks, all them was speaking Latin. They had different dialects. That's why I was asking you about the Vikings coming in there and tearing that motherfucker up because you know what their story is? They left their language there too. And this is when you start seeing the broken up of dialects of languages in these areas after they pushed them boys out and pushed them back into the goddamn north
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah.
them up
But
out of Italy.
Wait,
To get
y'all,
them up
why
what?
out of
does it,
Italy.
Go
both of
ahead.
y'all, I want to know, why does it say Greek is significantly older than Latin, with recorded forms appearing roughly 1,000 to 1,500 years earlier?
That's what I was trying to tell him. Because you
Mycenaean
have the
Greek.
Mycenaean, you have
Mycenaean
Mannonian.
Greek.
Yes,
Yeah, I did not
yes.
know that.
Man,
I just
hey,
learned that.
listen. That's a lie, baby girl.
Oh, okay, man, I'm
That got
done,
So,
to
bro.
be an
so
We would,
AI.
bro.
That
If
got
we
to be an
can't,
AI. Hold on, hold on. That got to be an AI overview. That's why
So,
he
so
knew
wait, let
exactly
me
what it
see,
was
let me
saying.
break this down. It says key differences in age. Greek, the oldest recorded living language with roots back to the 3rd millennium BC and written records from the Bronze Age 1500. Latin emerged much later with a golden age around the 1st century BC.
thank you.
Yeah.
During the Roman
I,
Empire,
hey, listen.
Caesar's Augustus is the one
That's
that's speaking
crazy.
Latin.
Hey, listen, that's crazy, baby girl, that they saying that when you see that the Greeks and the Romans in the
I mean,
same
Caesar's
damn area.
Tiberius.
I'm going to be
Tiberius.
honest with you. I
Mhm.
thought that Latin was first too. So
Oh,
Why?
Latin is
this
first.
is new
Oh,
to
trust
me.
me, Latin is first. I don't know
Well,
where you getting those
what evidence
sources
do you
from
have
right
of
there,
Latin being
but Latin
before
is
Greek?
first. That is the
What
first
what
I
spoken
mean,
evidence?
language that they
I'm
were
not
speaking.
arguing with it, GD and Capone.
Yeah,
I'm saying I'm shocked by it because I did
yeah.
think that Latin was older. But
But all right. I didn't come up
Now,
here
if
to
you want to
argue with
go
y'all. I
into
just came up
now, if
here
you
to
want to
show
go
to
in, if
say
you want
that
to say Greek might have had, oh, but they want to try to acknowledge Greek to have Sanskrit or cuneiform. Okay, but we talking about spoken language, and it was getting written down as a language. Latin was the universal language over there.
when
And since the beginning of Italy,
since the beginning of Italy, Italia,
Italy, yeah,
Italia.
Italy.
Yeah, it
Mm-hmm.
does say Hellenic and Italic of the Indo-European language family.
I'm just
Okay,
telling you,
that's in
bro.
Italy.
Your,
You
your,
know,
your, your
Italy.
Indo,
Hold on, hold on.
hold up,
You
bro.
know,
Your
Italy is
Indo
on the
came in. Your
opposite side of
Indo,
Greece.
yeah. Hold up, bro. Hold up. Your Indo came in with your Anglos. Your Indo and Anglo ain't no different than me.
They on
That's
the
the
opposite
other
sides of the
influence style
Mediterranean.
coming in.
They
Huh?
separated by the Caspian Sea. The Black Caspian Sea separates Italy from Greece.
And what you saying?
Okay, so you saying that they spoke the
Where's
same
Greece at
language
today? Where's Greece at today, bro?
in Greece, in Europe?
No. Where's Greece considered? No, it's called Greece what?
Athens. It's called Athens, Greece. What are you talking about?
That's Athens, Greece.
What other Greece is that?
No, that's the capital. Damn, it ain't no other Greece.
Yeah, you got Athens, Greece. You have Spartan. You got Troy. I mean, not Troy.
I'm about to say that's who they fought
Creek.
against, bro.
Creek.
The Spartans and the Troys fought against each
No,
other,
I'm
bro.
glad you came up, GDN. Good looking out.
No, I forgot. It's a little island. What's that little? It's a little. They got a little island where they called that was Troy. It was called
Sicily?
Creek. It's
Talk about Sicily?
Cyprus. Cyprus Greek. You got Cyprus
Cyprus.
Greek.
Uh,
You got the Algean. That's the sea. It's called the
yeah,
the
that's the
Aegean
Algean
Sea.
Sea. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
the
sea. That's
Aegean
the sea.
Sea.
I think it
What?
was the Algean people too. I wouldn't take that from you. Wouldn't take
Okay.
that from you.
Okay, but when you go across from there,
Uh-huh.
you would travel. What's that? That's west east. You go east from Athens, and you run right into Italy.
Oh, huh?
You run right into Caesarea, east from
All right.
Athens.
So are they not connected with the landmass going up north?
But
Yes or
Turkey
no? No, bro. I say going up north.
going north, that'll be Turkey. That'll
Yeah.
be
So
Anatolia.
if you go north from Greece, you go north from goddamn Italy. Do they not connect
That'll be
on the
Turkey.
same landmass? Yes or no?
If you're talking about Turkey and Asia Minor, um, all right, I'll give you that land does connect. That's Northern Europe.
All right, now, do them
But
islands, can you island hop from Italy to Greece?
what you mean island hop?
Come on, bro.
Look, man,
Just
where are
say
you
it with
going?
it.
Where are you going? I'll just, okay, yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
listen.
The Aegean Islands, it's like a land bridge.
All right, then. You try to keep the Algean Islands out of it, but you know what I mean? I was hoping that's why I say it was the Algean people, but I was hoping that you would have said that. So now, do these people kind of consider themselves the same? Yes or no?
I don't know if they the same. I have to look at it. I don't know what you mean. The classification that is given is that you have Italians and you have Greeks. So and you got Algeans, I believe, because you got the Algean Islands. So
Yeah.
those different
You got a
classifications.
classification between Irish and British, but they all come from Europe.
Yeah,
All
that's
right, then.
you got a
They
classification
all come from
between
Europe, right?
African Americans and white Americans, but we both in America.
Hold up. You mean white Africans and
So
African Americans?
we know. I said Africans and my bad. I probably didn't say it right. Africans
Yeah,
and
you damn
we
sure
got
ain't say that.
Africans and Europeans in America, but we both are called Americans. And we are distinctly different. But we have the culture, do the same things, buy the same things, drive the same cars, use the same technology. That don't make, but we are called Americans because we're on the continent of America. We're citizens of the United States of America.
So did he call you American because of the landmass where you from, or the language you speak? Which one? Or both?
The landmass, because we speak English. So
That's also
they don't
American,
call us
correct? You
English,
speak,
man.
whoa. You speak American English, correct?
Oh no, is it a such thing as it is there is a distinction between the King's English and modern and I don't know if they say Americanized. Is it Americanized English? Is that the term
Yeah,
that they
it's
use?
American English. Yeah, it's American English.
No, it say Americanized English. I think
No, it's American English, period, bro.
American English.
Yeah,
I
it's
give you
really
that.
American Indian language.
I'll give you the American English point the point that you made there. But
I bet. And
nevertheless, we
we
are
on
distinctly different.
hold on.
We're not
Hold
one
up.
people.
Hold up. We on the same continent too,
So
correct?
politically, yeah,
They
see
separate
that's
the
what I'm saying.
people.
So you going into a dynamic where you talking about a political people classification and a social classification.
No, I'm going into the
Yeah,
connection
because
of these people and their lifestyles that
no,
they was living, that they was connected like that. That's what
no,
I'm
I
going
know that
into.
they are connected and when you go down
Okay.
their
That's all I was
genealogy,
that's all I was saying,
the
bro.
Bible
Like
tell
they
you
ain't
that.
no different than me because when you see them in history, dog, you see their history intertwined multiple times. So that's why I say Latin was their language, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not saying as far as what the people call themselves or whatever like that. That was my original thing that they all was speaking Latin. That was their predominant
So
language
okay, so
until
what
you
about
see other changes start coming about and you see other languages started coming involved. And that only came with them getting conquered from wars and stuff like that because whoever won, they brought their language and they influenced it.
all right? So when you say that they was all speaking Latin, so is you saying that they was speaking Latin in the alphabet that they was using, the Greek alphabet, was Greek?
But I don't
Is that
say
what
that
you're
was written
saying?
in Latin too.
The script was Greek, Koine Greek,
No,
and the language was
nah.
Latin. If you saying that,
Yeah.
I can
You
I can
saying it was Greek. No, I
acquiesce
didn't
to
say
that.
that, bro. I'm saying I believe that it was Latin, bro.
You believe Greek was Latin?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep. I'm gonna stick to that. That was my original. You know what I'm saying? Because what I'm saying is the language evolved in Italy and migrated out of Italy. That's what I'm saying to me.
Well, Italy is very small, so
You know what I
that's
mean? I'm just saying that little owl, though, that owl was connected directly to goddamn the Mediterranean Sea. It was like a hop, skip, and a jump to jump on on another land mass. Which you that's where you see your Ottomans, your Turkish, and you see all of that. That language start getting influence with it. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Whatever
Ottoman
language they were
Empire.
speaking. Yeah, yeah. So I'm just saying, I think it was just a mixture of language. That's why Hebrew is Yiddish. That's why, because it's
Wait,
that
wait,
little
hold on.
place.
You mean
That little place right
modern
there was a
Hebrew is
melting pot,
Yiddish?
bro.
Yeah, modern Hebrew is Yiddish. Well, it ain't necessarily Yiddish. Yiddish is they speak. So Yiddish is Hebrew in a German accent.
Yeah, all I'm saying
That's
is
what
Yiddish is
Yiddish
a
is.
mixture of language, bro. I'm not saying Yiddish is a
Oh,
bad
okay.
thing, like to say it in a disrespectful way. I'm
Oh, I
saying
get what you're saying.
it's like a mixture of languages
Like Babel.
because you had different forms of Yiddish. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying? Depending on what part you came from in that area, you were speaking Yiddish, and you can understand other people's shit, but then you had your own dialect and your own shit too.
Hmm.
So that's all I say Yiddish is, man. You know, not disrespecting nobody language or their belief system or nothing like that. But I think it's just a melting pot of languages that was going on because you had different belief system, different people coming in the compass with everybody because of the trade.
All right. So when we go back to when we was talking about with the Hyksos, now is it in your realm possibility that the people who they are called, who we know as Israelites, assimilated into this Hyksos family some type of way?
They could have, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they could have. I'm not saying they did. They was in the same areas, in the same region. But
Well,
I'm
that's
just
what
saying
the
though, they not Israelites. They wouldn't be called Israelites back then, bro.
okay. So we using Israelite as it's a common term. We not playing semantics here. So
No, it's not
it
semantics. We talking about time frames, bro. Like you
so
asking
they
me time
wouldn't.
frames
So even
when they
though they
mixing in.
assimilated into a group of people separate from themselves, they wouldn't be distinguished from that group. That's what you're saying.
Who are you considering your Israelites to be? Mixing in with the
So let me
Hyksos
ask
at
you
this
something.
time.
Let me ask you this:
Hold
if
on, bro. Hold
if
on.
somebody
Who
marry
are
your
your
sister, hold
Hyksos?
on, look,
Hold
look, look,
on.
look, look. If somebody marries your sister,
Yeah,
right,
yeah, yeah.
and now your say your brother-in-law family comes
Ain't none of
along.
them
Look,
my family until she
hold on.
have kids.
Yo, now your brother-in-law brings his family, and if are y'all one family, or you gonna always
No,
look at them
no,
as a separate
those are my
family from
in-laws.
you?
Yeah, those are my in-laws.
Those your
The only
in-laws.
family,
So
the only blood ties I would have is if they had a baby together.
in your realm of possibility, you were saying that Israelite could have possibly assimilated into. When I say assimilate, I mean married into, right?
I know what you're saying. I know what you're
Right.
saying. So
Into
now I'm
this
gonna ask you,
Hyksos
bro, who
group
are these
family.
Israelites? Hold on. Who are these Israelites that you talking about that assimilated in with the Hyksos, bro? I forgot to ask you
I'll
that.
give you one. I'll give you one by name.
No,
Is
no, bro. Give me where they area from. What's their name? What's the group name?
what you mean? What's the group name? You
What's the
just called
group
them
name?
Israelites.
No, no. You call them Israelites. I
You
answered
just
your
said you
question.
just asked me who are these Israelites.
Right. Because who are these Israelites that you're saying that assimilated into the Hyksos? I didn't never call them Israelites. You called it. All I did was answer your question like, yes, they could have did that. And I
Right.
answered you honestly. So now I'm asking you, who are you calling these Israelites at this time?
Hebrews.
Who? What Hebrews?
What you mean?
What Hebrews? Abraham?
Oh, I told you I'll give you a name. Joseph. Joseph.
No, no, no. Hold up. You told me Joseph is Jacob's son, right?
Right.
All right, hold up. I'm talking about before Joseph, Isaac, Ishmael, when the Hyksos was around.
The Hyksos, they around the same time.
As what? Abraham?
No. Abraham is in the second millennium BC.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph is around the time that the Hyksos reigned, like 1600. Because Abraham 400
Where was
years
the
from
Hyksos?
Joseph.
All right, where was the Hyksos at? In Canaanite, right? In
I
Canaan.
mean, Abraham
So,
is 400.
yeah,
Is he
bro.
400? He 250 years. So Abraham like 1800, I think. Joseph is 16 in the 1600s. They like 200 some years apart. 4 generations apart from each other. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph. That's 4 generations. So it's 200, like about 250 years, I think. So anyway, I know Joseph for sure is somewhere in the 16th century BC.
Man, Hyksos.
And the Hyksos
Man,
began to reign during that time.
fucking computer right now.
1600. I think they began to reign in the 1600s. But
Yeah, man.
I'm glad we went back to the Hyksos. So,
Cause I ain't
so look, I'm gonna help you out,
them
bro.
dates of the
It's
Bible,
called
man.
the Works of Flavius Josephus, against Aphion. Right? He go through this. He go through this whole thing about the Hyksos, and Manetho and the Hyksos. Right?
So Josephus was out doing the Roman Empire, doing your your Flavius dynasty, correct?
Yes. He was
That's
he
after
became a slave.
Caesar
He
or
became
before Caesar?
a prisoner of war to the Flavians.
Yeah. Is
Hence
that
his name
after
being
Caesar or before
Flavian
Caesar?
Josephus.
Yeah, that's after Caesar or before. I can't remember.
That's after
That's
Caesar.
after. That's after Caesar. So they the
Yeah,
ones
there's
who get
many
the
different
credit for
Caesars. That's definitely
destroying.
after Julius Caesar,
Yeah,
though.
they the
Julius
ones who
Caesar 4 BC,
they the ones who get credit for destroying
the
Solomon's
Jewish
temple,
temple.
correct?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, okay, all right. I'm on point with you. The Flavius
yeah. It's
dynasty,
called
the Flavian
the siege
dynasty.
of
That's what they
Jerusalem.
call them, the Flavian dynasty. Yeah,
Yeah, the Flavian
Flavius
dynasty. So
Josephus was whoever
he,
winning. That's who I go along to get along with.
yeah, he was an Israelite that was captured, but he was a general of the Israelite army in Jerusalem that was captured by the Romans when they invaded Jerusalem in 70 AD, 66 to 70 AD. And then he
So
became and hold on, let me just finish. So then he
Jesus
became a
was already
capturer,
out first
but
century AD, right? So you had Christians and all kind of shit at this time of 70 AD, correct?
right, yeah.
You had Paul already going
Well,
and converting people in Rome at this time, correct?
um
Before then,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right,
Paul led us to the Rum.
right,
Yeah.
right. So that ah man, how can you say the Hyksos at the time?
We to see the Hyksos, that's almost 2,000 years before then.
Do you know wasn't the Greeks fighting against hold up. Damn, you
1600.
had multiple wars. You had the fucking Ottomans and the Turks, them boys fighting against the Knights Templar, them boys for Jerusalem.
Yeah, but the Knights
Correct?
Templars is the Knights Templars, that's way later. That's in
Uh,
the 1400s CE, AD and stuff like that. That's way
yeah,
later. That's during the
yeah, but
Byzantine
I'm just
Empire.
saying these are the same places that they're fighting over.
Yeah, but
Correct?
just because they're the same places,
All
that don't
right.
mean that the people are the same.
No. I'm just looking at the people that they're fighting against because you're talking about the Roman Empire that came through there, Flavius Josephus writing and shit like that. Okay, the Romans conquered Jerusalem at this time. Who was in Jerusalem?
The Romans.
Who did they conquer?
You said who was in Jerusalem?
Yeah, who did the Romans conquer?
The Israelite. The Romans conquered they conquered the Mediterranean, all the countries around the Mediterranean. And that's why I was trying to explain to you when you get into Alexander Kingdom.
That's
Alexander
later.
conquered, he went around the Mediterranean and conquered all the lands around the
Yeah,
Mediterranean Sea.
yeah. I got
After he
Alexander.
died, he gave it before as on his deathbed, he gave his kingdom. His kingdom was split into 4 of his generals.
Yeah, I
Seleucian,
got you. I got you. And Ptolemy.
Lasamias,
Mm.
Ptolemy, and
Uh-huh.
Seleucian, Lasamit, and who's the last one?
I thought it was Alexandria, who
No,
was
it's
named after him.
no, it's Ptolemy, Seleucian,
I thought the
um,
other motherfucker name was
Lasamias,
Alexander.
and Herod, and
Oh,
I think it's Herodian. I think it's not Herodian. It's another name. But anyway, he had 4 generals, right?
I understand.
And
I got that. I got that math. That's how Ptolemy took over Egypt. Alexandria at the
Ptolemy was
time.
it? He
Yeah.
conquered Egypt.
Yeah.
One of them had Italy. One of them had
They
well,
already
Rome.
had Egypt, bro. They already had Egypt. They had all the way
No, 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 no,
Persia.
no, no,
They had all the way to Babylon, bro.
no.
Alexandria was all over the place. Everywhere he
But
went at, he named it Alexandria.
yeah, but
So Ptolemy
what's
took
that dude
over an
name? Fire
area that he
always say.
already had.
Soter. Soter.
That
Oh, hang on,
motherfucker, yeah.
Soter.
Soter, Sojourner the Truth, yeah. Not Sojourner the Truth, but Soter that
No,
turned into
Soter. What's
turning
his
into
name?
Christ. Yeah.
Philip.
All the
Oh,
motherfucker
that's
right there came from
Ptolemy
Ptolemy.
Philadelphia. So
Ptolemy
right,
destroyed Egypt. That's what he did. And not only Egypt, he
yeah, he
destroyed
did.
parts of Nubia,
Jerusalem.
Sudan, because he wanted to become a pharaoh. So he
Yeah,
was destroying all the temples and all that. We know the story about Ptolemy. We got
yeah.
his story. Yeah, he really one of the only generals that you see written about
Yeah,
out of all of them.
they put him in the priesthood, in the Egyptian priesthood.
Yeah, and that motherfucker who
I
put him
mean,
in the
not in the
Egyptian
priesthood, but
priesthood
he
in the
got
pharaoh thing
initiated. That's how,
to
and
make him a god.
he made himself king. Yeah.
Right. And when they did that, he made that priest
Yeah,
who
I'm
he
trying to
did
think of
that,
the
who
nigga
did
name.
that because the
Oh,
rest of the priests wasn't doing it. He made him the
Mark
first pope
Anthony.
of
No,
the
is it
Catholic Church or
Mark
whatever like that.
Cleopatra?
Or the first bishop or
Damn,
some
what the
shit.
fuck is
Yeah, we got
oh.
his story, bro.
But anyway, so this
But
is how those 4 generals they made a lot. They became united, and this became the Roman Empire. But it was a transition from the Greco to the Roman. These are the Romans.
I'm trying to find out,
Those
dog,
four
who
those
was
four
they
generals.
conquering in
Ptolemy took
Jerusalem.
over the Egypt province. They became tetrarchs, meaning they ruled 3 countries, three provinces. Ptolemy had Egypt, and then the other ones they had the other places. I ain't finna go through all that. And this is where the Rome. This is they move away from that and they become the Romans.
Dog, can you show
That's
me
where
these
you get the
people in
Roman Empire.
Jerusalem can you show me these people in Jerusalem calling themselves Israelites doing the Hyksos, bro?
During the Hyksos.
Yeah. That's all I'm asking. I keep asking you who's this people. You saying they're the Israelites. Okay,
No,
I'm
I'm
asking
not
you
saying
what was their
all the
original
Hyksos.
name.
I'm not saying
What was their original name, bro, so I can find them in history.
so. Okay, so it's you got to look up. They got scarab seals where they got their names on it. Those names go back to the Israelite names of the patriarchs. One of the scarabs is Yakub Har on it. That goes back to Jacob.
No, bro.
Another name got Benami.
You hear how we
Something.
was calling out all these groups tonight? We was calling out the Hyksos, the Hittites,
Mhm.
the Syrians, the Greeks, the Grecos, the Italians, the Sicilians, the Romans. We was calling out all these groups. That group name was not called the Israelites. So now, who was this group that was being conquered in Jerusalem, bro? What was their name?
That's what that was their name. The Israelites. They was the Israelites.
They
The
was calling
inhabitants of
themselves
Jerusalem. They was
They was
short
calling
for that.
themselves
They was
Hebrew
called Jews.
Israelites. So they was calling themselves Hebrew Israelites.
Not during the time. Not during the time. They wasn't calling themselves. Listen, they was captured during this time. So they wasn't calling. They didn't have the autonomy to call themselves anything. The people, the Egyptians named them. They named these people Hekakasu. So look, this is what happened. The people come in through the trade.
Hold on, bro. I'm
Oh
talking
man.
about when Flavian and Flavius Josephus was writing about the Flavian dynasty. When
He
they
wasn't writing
brought
about no
Jerusalem.
Flavian dynasty. When did he write about the Flavian dynasty?
Why you think his name changed to Flavius Josephus?
Because that's
His
what
name was
happens
something
when
else.
somebody. That's what happens when
No,
you're captured.
bro.
Your name. Hold
His
on. Listen.
name.
Hold on. Listen.
Can I finish real quick, bro?
Go ahead, man.
His name was something before it was called
His
Flavius
name was
Josephus.
Joseph ben Matthehu. When the Flavians, not the Flavians, when the Romans captured them,
Yes,
he was
yes,
given
the
to the
Flavian.
Flavian family. The
Yeah, the
Flavians,
Flavian. That's what I
they
just
they
said, bro. The Flavian dynasty.
yes, but the Flavian, he's not part of the Flavian dynasty. Pull up the Flavian dynasty and see if you see Josephus' name in there. You won't.
Hold up, bro. I didn't say he was part of the bloodline. I said when Flavius Josephus was writing about the Flavian dynasty.
What's your
That's what I
last name,
said.
bro? What's your last name?
Why?
Because I'm trying to make a point. Okay,
Nah, you
the
don't need to
Johnsons
make no point,
are the
bro. My
Johnsons?
last name, why? Goddamn, why?
Why? Okay, why? The is why the indigenous last name of you? No. Somebody gave them that name because he was a prisoner of war. Make a better example. The Johnsons don't come, the African people African Americans who had the last name Johnson, that name don't come from Africa. It don't come from the indigenous people. It came from the colonizers who conquered them. That's the point that I'm making. So the point,
That's
to clarify,
bullshit too.
hold
That's
on, let me finish.
bullshit too.
Let me land. So the colonizers who come in and conquer the people. I'm gonna give one more example before I land. The colonizers come in, they name the capturers after them to show their own possession and ownership.
All right,
Same
hey,
thing.
bro.
Go ahead.
Can you show me any European over there in the Eastern world, in the Western world, with the last name Johnson before 1492? Go ahead.
Bro, I get what you're doing, bro, and it's not
Nah,
gonna work.
bro.
And it all
Nah. You
so
gotta watch
you
certain
saying,
things you say. Nah,
yeah,
you know what I mean? You taught
I
me some
agree.
things tonight. I learned some things from you. You know what I mean? I gotta check these dates that you giving me with the Bible, but you know what I mean? I learned something from you tonight. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
Really only with the but actually, nah, you just put something else on my mind that I need to study more and find out about the Greece and the Italy thing because I know they all speaking Latin.
Yeah.
But that's all you put on my mind. But anyway, though, you telling me these people was Israelites being conquered, and then when I ask you about that, you go into Alexander and you go into his 4 generals and what lands they had and how they came together to make the Roman Empire. That's pretty much how you got the Greco-Roman Empire. I guess that's what you're saying. And I was talking about the Flavian dynasty that did what they did, and I said Flavius Josephus because he got the name Flavius Josephus because he was writing about the Flavian dynasty, and like you said, he was a prisoner. Oh, what? I don't think he was a prisoner. I said he was a convert. Anyway, um, you know what I'm saying? He had a name before that.
So is
So
what
now
are
I'm
so
asking
let me
you,
go
was
ahead, go
these
ahead.
people calling themselves Hebrew or Israelites,
They
or
had
was they
they
name?
had a word they had a word for it. But let me
So
ask
what
you
they?
this.
That's what I'm asking you. What was they calling themselves I know it wasn't Hebrew, and I know it wasn't Israelite. So what was the
Right.
name
So
that
you
they was calling themselves so I can study
Habiru,
it, bro? That's all I was asking.
Habiru,
Hedurus?
Habiru, Habiru, Habiru.
And that's in Hebrew language, in Aramaic, or what is that in Hebrew?
It's
What
in
Hebrew is Aramaic, but anyway, that's
it's in
Hebrew.
the surround. You said what they was calling. That's it's a classification. That's what I'm saying. This whole Hebrew stuff is everything. That's all them all misnomers. All that stuff is misnomers. Roman, Greek, that's all English misnomers, right? These people they was called something in their language, right? That we
No, them
have
ain't
in.
no misnomers. Them ain't no misnomers for them boys
Man,
over
those
there,
are
cause they really say,
classification. Those are
dog. They
called
really say,
acronyms.
dog. They really say I'm Scottish. They really say I'm Irish. They really say I'm Turkish. I'm Nordic. I'm Italian. I'm Greek. Or they really say that. They really say that they are these things, dog. So those are not labels. Those are actual terms that they actually going by, and they calling themselves these things.
So look, so this you asked me this, right? It says Johnson is a common English and Scottish patronymic surname, meaning son of John.
Okay, so hold up. So why they put English first?
No, because it's going back to the English in the Scots, the Scots,
What was the Scottish speaking English?
Scandinavian.
Hold up.
It say,
The
look, hold on,
Scottish was
look,
speaking
hold on, here you
English.
go.
Hold up. The Scottish was speaking American English, bro.
No, they speaking Scottish.
All
I
right
don't know
then.
what
So
I
why
don't
would they
know
say
what was
English?
I don't know what language they were speaking. What the Scottish
All
was
right then,
speaking.
man.
Wait, hold on.
All
The
right then.
Scottish was speaking
What they were speaking?
they speaking English.
But what they speaking American English?
Nah, they were speaking old English. I mean,
Old English. So is Old English the same as American English?
no. Why would it be?
All right. Is Johnson written in American English?
So listen, bro. Listen, skip all that. You asked for the name. We have records of the name. It says the surnames. It's the early recordings include Walter Jonathan in 1296, Scotland.
What was the name?
This is
It
Walter.
said Jonathan, huh?
Yeah, that's where the name come from.
Jonathan.
Yeah, that's where it come from, Jonathan. So if you understand the old English, all they did is the same language. They just contracted certain things that seemed more exaggerated. So as the language
No,
evolved, they just started
no,
to contract things.
no, no, no.
What?
Uh-uh. I don't believe that, bro.
All right, bro. All right, man. You arguing with me over stuff, bro. Look, I'm
No,
just
I ain't
trying to get
arguing,
to the
bro.
point.
No, man, we having a no. To me, we having a good build, dog. We ain't arguing over nothing, bro. We
Yeah,
letting each other talk, all of that, bro. We having a good build. Um, so
yeah, but you taking me all over the place. I'm trying to get to. I was making a point about who these Hyksos and the relation why the Egyptians called them Hyksos. We all into
no,
the
man.
Johnsons and everything. That was an example.
You tell me the Hyksos mixed in with the Israelites during Joseph. So
So
that's
okay,
later
so
on down the line.
let
I'm
me
asking
let
you,
me.
are the Hyksos originally Israelites? You said no.
So okay, so this is the thing. The um the Hyksos. What happens is one of the Israelites assimilate and marry into this Hyksos family.
One of
That yeah. And not only he married into the royal family. So he married one of the daughters of somebody of prestige, let's just say. Right?
them. Damn. He had
That
a better
person
bag than
becomes a king.
husband.
He becomes second. He becomes a vizier. He becomes very prominent. He bring his family, the rest of his family, and they become these people. What the people you will call the whole tribe would be called Hyksos, because they'll all be foreigners that's not from the land, and their descendants will be called Hyksos. Well, their descendants, if because the Hyksos dynasty is over, I think, 100 to 200 years, so their descendants will be called Hyksos. Why? Because they come out of that Hyksos alliance, so they gonna be called Hyksos, and their descendants is gonna be called Hyksos. So then now the word is gonna be a common word for these people, this ruling class. Now what happens is the Egyptians expel the Hyksos, and in that expulsion they recapture them as slaves. Now they're no longer ruling anymore, so they're not calling themselves Hyksos. I'm gonna make an example. Africans was brought from West Africa to America by Europeans. The Europeans called them Negro because of their complexion. The Africans throughout time, right? They didn't hear that word so much, they start calling themselves that to identify themselves to other people. I'm Negro. I'm a Negro.
Man, that's a
Hold on,
fallacy,
hold on.
bro.
100 more years.
You
Hold on, let me
cannot
finish.
show me
Let me
Negro.
finish.
No, you
This is the
cannot
why
show
you
me
always jumping
Negro.
in on my example, bro.
Because man, you doing too much
Hold
fallacies,
on,
and
hold
that's
on,
a
hold on.
fallacy right
Look.
now,
Let me
bro.
land it then. Let me land it
All right,
then.
all right, bro. Go
Years
ahead.
later, centuries later, their descendants start calling themselves Negro, or a derivative of that, or the same if they speak in another language, say if it went from Spanish to English, they start calling themselves black or niggas to identify with one another, because that's all they know. That's what I'm saying. That's the same thing with Hyksos, where you have this used as a derogatory, as a term of identification. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all it is. That's why I say these is all mixed nomes. These are all exonyms, names that other people are giving these people. The people are not calling themselves that, and if they are, they're doing it because that's the only way they can classify themselves in that community. I land, man. Damn.
You ain't gotta get so uptight, man. I land, man. Damn, you ain't gotta say it like that, bro.
Good job, GD and Capone. Good job.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to get it out. He keep cutting it. I'm like,
yeah,
man, bro, let me get it out, bro.
yeah.
But
You right, you right. My bad. Thousand pardon, bro. I didn't know it was one of those hang glider type landing. Like you need a parachute too, or you need some help. You know what I mean? To land. You know what I mean? I see A1 came in to help you land. Um,
You funny.
hey, you funny, ain't he, man? But
That's what. Hey man, that's the best way to learn though. Having fun while you learning though, man. You know what I mean? I don't want nobody to think that we having no problem. But hey, bro, you gave some bad analogies just now.
bro, I don't see
For
how you
real.
can't see that. That's the same thing that happened to us over here, bro. That's the same exact thing.
What happened to us
What
over
name?
here, bro?
What name did they call? What name did they call the Africans that was brought over here by European. What did they call them?
Africans.
They didn't call them African.
What they call them?
Negro.
Why they ain't been calling them Negro in Africa before they brought them then?
Because Negro is a Spanish word. They
All
and
right
they
then.
do
So
and
now,
they
so there
did
you
and they
go.
did in
There
the
you
end
go.
they
There
did.
you go. So now, when you talk about Europeans, though, you gotta be specific about what European you talking about. Negro is a Portuguese word.
It's Spanish. It's Spanish.
It's Portuguese. But anyway, though.
Spanish, Portuguese, they right next to each other, bro. Come on, man. Stop
Hey,
doing that, bro.
hold on, though. They different people, though, right? Yes or no?
When today or during the 1400s was they different people? Because if I'm not mistaken, it's called the Spanish Inquisition.
Hey,
But
bro.
they conquered
Bro.
Spanish and Portugal.
Nah, the Spanish Inquisition, dog, is some other shit. But anyway, that's some other shit. But anyway,
Right.
but bro, so you telling me they waited till they brought Africans over here in the so-called transatlantic slave trade to start calling them Negro?
I ain't never say that they waited. That's the word that they use to describe something of dark tone, complexion,
All right,
color.
so what does more mean?
More mean the same thing. More now,
All
more
right,
is
so,
Maury is
no,
this
I
is
ain't getting into Maori and all that. I'm asking you, what does more mean? And you said it mean the same thing as Negro, correct?
yeah.
All right then. So why wouldn't they calling these people Moors? Why did they start calling them Negroes?
Because Negro is not only does it mean well Negro is Spanish. I think more probably it probably be another language, but it probably means the same thing.
Ancient
I have to
Moors,
look into that.
ancient Moors people, the one who conquered the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal.
Yeah.
So they will already be in this area. So if the Europeans calling black people Negro, why they didn't call the Spanish or the Portuguese Negro? Or did they?
Oh, that's what okay, so here you go. The term moros is Greek for dark or black.
All right. So that
So
means
that's
that
Greek.
that
So
means that the English, the
but
British, people
Negro,
like that.
go ahead.
That means they was calling darker complexion people Moors, correct? And now you saying that the Portuguese and the Spanish was calling dark people or African people, they was calling them Negro. That's
Well,
what you're saying right now?
whatever they was calling them, we have it in the record what we know what they called them. Whatever they was calling them, whether it was more Negro. Centuries later, people start using that same term, that same racist classification as a term of endearment to identify themselves with one another to different people, to other people.
That's
So,
bullshit right there
nevertheless,
too.
if
So
whatever you
now, hold on.
saying,
So can an
whatever
Asian
term they use,
be a Negro, dog? Can an Asian be a Negro?
yes,
An Asian can be a Negro.
yes.
All right, then. So now, when they're saying that they're bringing Negroes across here, how do we distinguish on who's the Negro?
What you mean?
Man, that's a simple question, bro.
The Negro means anything, something that's it's a classification. It's like an adjective, it's a descriptor, right? For to describe something that's dark or black.
Uh-huh. All right, so it doesn't necessarily mean African.
No,
Okay. All right, then. So now, did they call the American Indians over here that they saw Negroes?
yes.
All right, then. So how you can say everybody over here from Africa if there was Negroes already over here?
even that point that you just made, even that, it doesn't matter if they called them that in centuries later. Those people who was who was harassed by saying, who was verbally harassed by those racist term classifications, still use that word to this day to describe themselves in any language. That's the point that I'm making. That they use a name that was the people that's conquered end up
So was
using
that
that
something
word.
that was taught to us? So was that a social construct that was taught to us, and it still does? Yes or no?
What is it taught to you?
Yes. Was that alert behavior? Yes or no?
I think it was evolved behavior. Hearing something repeatedly over and over and over again.
That's alert
Then
behavior, bro. That's not evolving. That's alert behavior, bro. It's
I'll
being
say
taught to you,
adapt.
and you learned it.
Unless they were saying to them, well, I guess you could say learn, but the word end up, so okay, this is what happens. I'm trying to tell you. The word becomes, it's a classifier. You go down, you go 100 years down the line, the word
Right.
becomes common for these same group of people. But it's not. But it's not so. It's not as. It is not as It's not as rigor as it first was. It's more accepted to the point where they would have, oh, here's your Negro slave or whatever. Like they using it commonly for commerce or for in a everyday language. Then you go further down the line. Centuries later, now the word is even more common, right? So now they don't even have, they stopped the slavery thing, but now those people, those descendants of those slaves are now saying we Negroes, just to identify themselves to other people and to one another.
Yeah, that's because of what they got reclassified too.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. That's
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So words evolve over time. That's what I'm saying, and it becomes common. And
So
people
you
start using
think
it every day,
that
so
so
it loses
you
its
saying that it
original
was
context.
black people? You saying that it was black people already over here? Black
Even
people
by you saying
already
black,
over
that
here.
goes back
So
to
now, do
Negro.
you think these black people that was over here came from Africa? Oh,
Yeah, we got a whole slave voyage um register that lists the
black
voyages
people
from
didn't
West
come over here
Africa
until.
to
So you
America.
saying black people didn't come over here until 1500s?
No,
So they already been here, correct?
there was some
All right. So was they born
indigenous folk,
here? Was they
native
already
folk.
here, or what?
Even those people came over here.
All right then. So now it's a black person everywhere in the world, but you trying to tell me it's no black person that evolved in
So
America
you don't
before?
believe in it. You don't think that the transatlantic slave trade happened.
Not the numbers that they say, bro. No,
Why not?
the numbers that they say.
So the numbers that they say is over 10 million
Mhm.
over a period of 400 years.
Yeah, yeah. And if you notice, the person who wrote the slave voyages, he talk about the Portuguese. From what the Portuguese say, they took the majority of those people to South America, bro, and
Right.
not to North America. So hold on. So hold on. So now that fucks up the whole transatlantic slave trade story as far as coming into North America.
Well, they took them all to different places, bro. If we
No,
got
no, bro. The Portuguese did not. No, they did not, bro. And matter of fact, we interviewed David Elkins, the motherfucker who wrote that's the co-author of Slave Voyages. We
hmm
interviewed him. You know what I mean? And All he kept saying was the Portuguese, Portuguese, Portuguese. He didn't talk about the English really, the Dutch, the French.
Well,
He ain't
the
talk about them
Portuguese
too
would have
much.
been was the navigators.
Those were some of the first that was doing the shit and doing the bullshit. Let's be
Mm.
for real. They were some of the first, bro. But they was bringing them to South America, to that eastern coast of South America on down. You gotta understand, them boys had colonies on the southeastern coast, goddamn Africa, doing trade with the people from India and Asia and all of that, leading all the way up into the opium trade, dog. You know what I mean? Them boy had a foothold in that shit. Let's be for real. This their history, what they're writing over there. This ain't our
Yeah,
shit. This their
but
shit.
but you still not saying, you saying the numbers don't match.
Yeah, the numbers are coming to North America don't match.
So you say South. So you say the South America. That was one of the ones you said, South America, right?
Yeah, South America and the Caribbeans, man. I
Right.
say that's where goddamn 95% if win at.
So all right, let me look at this. I'm looking at it right now. Caribbean. Yeah. Do you know how? Okay, so it's right. So say 5 million to the Caribbeans over
How
a period
many?
of 400 years. 5
How
million.
many? 5
5 million.
million. Oh,
Yeah.
okay then. So 5 million went to the Caribbeans. I
Right.
said 95. I said 95% went to South America and the Caribbeans. So a
Okay.
5 million out of 12 went to the Caribbeans.
Yeah,
And
that's
I
like
know,
50,
find out how much millions went to South America. And now you do the research, you will see it's only like 100,000
no,
to a
so
couple of
South
thousand
America
that
is
they can
3
say that
million.
they brought directly over here, bro.
Yeah,
It
but
used to be 300,000.
but hold
Yeah, it used to
on.
be 300,000, but that shit done dropped to like 30 something thousand.
Yeah, but hold on. So they didn't have to. They was bringing people. So okay, I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying, right? The thing is that those people
No,
migrated. You have people migrating
bro.
afterwards.
We not,
This
no,
is
bro,
just
no, bro, no, bro. We not adding in migration to no transatlantic slave trade story. You can't add in migration to their
so.
story, bro.
So I'm talking
That
about when the
story is
voyages.
solidified. That story is etched in stone. That shit is them motherfuckers stand on that shit, dog. We got to stand on that. I understand your migration. I believe in that things can happen. People move from place to place. I'm
Right.
not saying that. I roll with you with that, bro. But let's stick to this transatlantic slave trade story narrative. And that's what it is now, a narrative. It's a
So I got
theory. It's not proof.
300,000 to
Long as we know
300,000.
now, y'all know this is a narrative now. It's not proof. It's
So
a
we got
narrative now.
300,000, right?
But
Here in the 300, a little bit 300, yeah, 300,000 plus in the mainlands of North America.
that's what they say.
Right. That's what the slave
Now,
voyage.
when you look into that story, you see that 90%. I ain't gonna do you like that. I ain't gonna do you like that. 50% died within a year and a half because of sickness and disease, or because of the trip.
Bro, that don't. Okay.
No.
Okay. So
Listen,
say if it
listen
was,
now,
so
listen
say only
now.
10,
So
say
now,
only 100
hold up,
survive.
bro.
How many
So
children
now
you
that
think they gonna have? 100. If
I
say 100 people, 100
all
slaves.
right. So now, if 100 people survive, you telling me 100 people from the 1800s, late 1800s, or whatever you want to call it, because Charleston stopped importing in 1808. No slaves could come through
Right.
Charleston in 1808. So
Right.
now you trying to tell me that 100 people can make all of these so-called black people today in America, in North America?
Wait, hold on. But we just established that it's black people all over. They put them in the South
No,
America,
no, no,
in
no, 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 bro. We know who the South American. Come
in
on,
Central
bro. Come on,
America,
bro.
in
Come on, bro.
Canada,
We talking about these
in the
100
UK,
people.
in
We
Africa.
talking
You
about these
but
100
now
people that came in
you
North
got a
America, bro.
amalgamation though. You got now
No, bro.
amalgam.
No, no. It's no way they can populate this motherfucker like that in that
Why
short
not?
amount of time, bro.
Over what period? How long?
200 years.
200 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so okay. So we got
One
300,000
person
came to
only
North
gonna have
America,
one
right?
person only gonna have. Remember, you
So
counted out earlier with Abraham them boys, so you was counting out generations.
right,
250 years was 4 generations.
right.
All right, then. So
Four
you got
generations of how many people though?
four. You said it was 100. Four
No, that
generations
was
of
the number
100 is
I
all gonna
just threw out
survive.
there.
That's
Let's
only
say 1,000. Let's say four
400,000, dog.
generations of 1,000 people.
No, no, no.
Cause it's 300,000. So all of them ain't died for sickness and illness. We can count the losses, right? We can chop up our losses. It's still
No,
you
what you
still
need
gonna
to
have
do,
100,000.
what you need to
It's
do
still
is you
gonna
need
be
to
a
go
little
into
bit
the
under
research.
100,000. So if you
We
have a
don't need
little
to
bit under
guess though,
100,000
bro.
over 4 generations, how many children? Even deducting the people that don't have children, how many
Yeah, we don't
children
need to
are they
guess,
gonna
bro.
have over the course of 200 years?
Hold on. Ain't all of these women that came over here, ain't they got raped on the ship so they was pregnant with mixed kids? Ain't that the story too?
Yeah, that's the story. One of the dudes, he raped
Oh no,
the
no,
one
no,
of the
no, no, no. So
conquistadors,
now,
raped
so
over
now,
400 women.
what once they mix with a European or something like that, are they full blood African?
If the African gene is dominant, then yeah.
No, 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 bro. That's not how genetics work.
That is how genetics work. You have dominant and recessive genes. What are you
That
talking about?
that's not
So
no, that's not how genetics work, bro.
you don't have
So
dominant and recessive
so
genes?
y'all telling me these firstborn slaves that came from slaves, these firstborn kids of these slaves was mixed.
Man, get the fuck out of here. So look,
That's it.
even
Hey,
though
bro. Hey, we can't take some of the story and not take all of it. They say all the women that came on the slave ship got raped.
right.
All right, then.
No, I ain't
So
say all of them. I don't know if all of them did.
no, that's what the stories say. They all went through that shit. And that's what's crazy because if one female might have gone through that, they put that shit on all of them. And I don't like that shit. Because what happened to one Indian don't mean it happened to all Indians over here, bro. I don't like that. I don't like
So
that.
you under the notion that we captives of war from the indigenous people warring with the Europeans coming over here trying to conquer the land.
Yup. Yup. Prisoners of war, bro. Yup. Big facts.
Even though I have Indian blood, I don't gravitate to that. I understand what happened. I
Yeah,
understand what happened, but some of them
not
made
all American Indians went through that though. That I'm talking
right.
about the Eastern Coast right now. I'm
Yeah, but
talking about
I
the
still
Eastern
don't.
Coast
Even
first
with that,
contact.
I ain't from the. I don't disregard the channel slavery, the transatlantic
Mm.
slave trade from happening. I don't. It's
I
too
didn't
much.
say it
It's
didn't
too.
happen. I say the numbers. I don't agree with the numbers, bro. That's all I said. I don't agree with the numbers. That's what I
Well,
said.
numbers. Well, according to them, numbers don't lie. So
Yeah, but the people lie because they estimating and they guessing. That's the thing that they tell you in they work. They're guessing. That slave voyage, that's a narrative, bro. That's a theory. That's not facts.
that's a theory.
Yeah, that's a theory, dog. That's not facts.
All right, let me. Wait a minute. So who came up with the theory? If it's a theory, it had to come from somebody.
David Atlas, man. David Atlas is one of the dudes, dog. I told you we interviewed him on 2 shows on our side. 2 of my sisters interviewed him.
Mm.
Word, bro. I ain't lying.
I just seen an interview with the dude from Slave Voyages. It's an old white man.
And he said he talk
Some-
about they about to come out with another one because they done found
Yeah.
more Portuguese story. He said they done found more Portuguese shipping manifest. So they about to add more to the number dealing with the Portuguese as far as the transatlantic slave trade. Big facts. He said that. He said that shit. But his main focus is the Portuguese, bro. So I'm sitting here thinking like, well, damn, the Portuguese ain't never had no colony in North America. They ain't really had no colony like that in the Caribbeans. Them motherfuckers had to go down the bottom side of fucking South America through Argentina and all that and come up on the backside of goddamn Mexico to try to do something because they was at war with the Spanish, with the Dutch, the French, and all of that. So you know what I mean? Them boys was at war with each other at the time. So it's about who get their foothold over here and you know what I mean? And now they can dictate what happens over there. Big facts.
So what about the I don't know, bro. You touched on a lot of things. David Eltis. Yeah, I seen an interview with him. That's his name. Eltis.
Yeah, we did an interview with that
Old white dude, right?
Yeah.
He-
He's the co-author. He's like a
Yeah,
co-author.
I think
of Slave Voyages.
I think Garfield did an interview with him.
Yeah, after we did it, yeah. Because they always trying to correct what he was trying to say. But he started body bagging them like, nah, it ain't like that, man. For real. All I say is go back and look at the interviews. Go check out the interviews that my peoples them did. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real.
What's the source? What's the link?
Oh man, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm here to promote the Debate Coliseum channel, man. You know what I mean? I ain't here to promote nothing else, man.
Oh yeah,
You
this
feel
is.
me? You know, out of respect. That's just out of respect, bro.
So you
I ain't
saying
never
this is a
gave
theory?
nobody
This
my
is
channel,
a
bro.
theory of his.
You know? Huh?
You saying this a theory of his?
Yeah. All that's a
So-
narrative. That's a narrative. It's
So
called
what
a
about the
Slave
legends?
Voyages narrative, bro.
What about the actual legends?
They don't know. If you look at that, so if you get into Slave Voyages, dog, and you look at the embark and onbark, you see
Right.
that a lot of those ships was leaving from the top part of Africa and going right down to the southern part of Africa and dropping
Yeah,
off their load.
yeah. I thought. Yeah, that's what the argument I had with Garfield
Mhm.
about.
Yeah, you will see a
Saying,
lot of that on the
yeah,
embark
all
and
these
disembark.
people with these names, they what they look where they dropped them off at. Like, bro, what
Right,
did you?
because the Israelites, so he was doing that because he was trying to prove that the Israelites they did not come to America, these Hebrew Israelites. He was showing that. That's why he was going in on that. They're showing like, yo, y'all never left really out of Africa. Y'all just got taken from the top part down to the bottom part. And that's a
Yeah,
lot.
I know. He said that.
And we go
I
deep
was,
on that now, bro.
but,
We go deep on that Slave Voyages thing now. Listen, bro, we got a study group, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. I'm just one of the study group. You know what I mean? I'm just one of the most vocal ones, but I'm one of the study group, dog. But dog, I'm talking about researching is what we do. We ain't gonna speak nothing that we ain't done did a couple of focuses on. You feel me?
so when did this narrative? When did this narrative come about? When did he start this narrative?
Oh shit, 1900s. I want to say what? Uh, damn, no telling when they started this narrative, bro. I don't know when. Matter of fact, you know what he said? He said that when they first started, they was going off of old works and works that was limited to them at the time, so they had to go by that when they wrote Slave Voyages. And he said it was limited access to research than what it is now when he first started. Now I don't know what year that he first started it, dog, but you know what I mean. Him and his co-writer, we ain't never talked to him. Now we ain't never get to him. But David Atlas, he willing to come on and build with you.
Yeah, but
'Cause he
even in
down
this
there.
interview, he never disregarded that it didn't happen.
I'm not
And he
disregarding
showed
that
he,
it
he was
happened.
he really showing all the evidence that it did.
But he'll tell you that the black people that was in America didn't come from Africa. He also said that. He'd tell you that they've been here.
Now that's a narrative. They ain't been here. They was here before the colonizers got here.
Yeah, they've been here. They was born here.
They was born, but that's still in big.
So
Yes,
why
of
you
course, I
think
was
he come
born
from
here. But
Africa, bro? Why you say
just
he come
because you
from
born
Africa?
somewhere, so
Whoa,
according,
bro.
look, hold on,
Why
hold on.
you say he
Elon
come
Musk
from
was born in
Africa?
Africa. Elon
Hold
Musk
on.
was born
Why?
in Africa.
What? Hold up. So you saying everybody come from Africa?
No, I'm saying Elon Musk was born in Africa.
No, bro. I'm not asking you about Elon, a Southern African. I know and he's pale skinned. I understand that, bro.
Okay,
I'm
right.
asking
So
you, are you saying
just
that
because you
everybody come from Africa, bro? Do you believe in that story?
that's the narrative. I believe everybody
No.
came from
All
the
right.
Fertile
I'm
Crescent.
glad you say it's a damn narrative. I'm glad you say that, and I ain't have to correct you on that. So,
No, I
do you
believe that
believe in that?
the Fertile Crescent. That's the
Uh-huh.
narrative that I believe in. The
And
cradle of
so where's the Fertile
civilization.
Crescent at, bro? Mesopotamia?
From it's all of that. It's from
All right.
Egypt. It's from
So that's where
Egypt
everybody came from, bro.
to
So you saying that's where
Mesopotamia.
everybody came from?
That's where they say civilization. That's where the spark of civilization occurred.
All right. So is civilization something different than mankind?
Yes,
All right then. So now I'm asking you, where did mankind start from? Your
man,
theory, not civilization, bro.
somewhere in Africa.
All right then.
The oldest thing
So
we
you
have is
believe in evolution. So you believe in evolution.
no. I believe in the
Don't you know
Bible.
the out of Africa
I
theory
believe
is
in God. What you
evolution?
mean? Talking about.
Hold up. Don't
But
do you know
that's
that
because
out of
hold
Africa
on.
theory?
A lot of that is that's from Christian narrative anyway.
No, bro.
Natural selection
No,
comes
that's
from the
science. That's
no it
science
don't. No,
too.
it don't. Natural selection comes from Christians. That's a
No,
creationist concept. And they
no, natural
use it
selection,
for
natural selection come from Zionist fucking racist people. Natural
bro, I don't
selection,
care what they is. What
they took Darwin's natural selection of birds and twisted it on human after that man.
no.
Yes, Darwin
The
never tested
natural
no humans.
Darwin
Dog,
wrote the
Darwin.
descent of the species of man. What was it
No, he
called?
didn't. No, he didn't. No, he
It was
did not,
called
bro. No, he did not, bro. No, he did not,
no. It
bro.
said what was Darwin paper called?
The natural
Damn,
selection of species, bro.
the
He did
natural
not say
species by
Darwin
natural
only,
selection by natural
bro.
wait about hold on, let
Bro,
me
hey,
see,
listen.
man.
Hey, listen.
It's called the
Darwin
descent of
only. Hey,
man,
hold on,
bro.
bro. Listen, you're getting loud for no reason right now. Darwin never tested no human. Charles Darwin only
I ain't say
studied
he did.
birds
I
and
ain't say he
animals.
did. I never said
All
he
right,
did.
then. Hold on.
I'm
So
saying
how can he
his
write? Hold
works
on,
is
bro.
called. His works is called The Descent of Men. That's what I was
Oh
saying.
my God. That was not Darwin.
Oh man.
That was Darwin brother who or cousin or whatever the fuck he was, who had Darwin last name too, who was with a female. They started that. That started social Darwinism. That
Right, I
started
understand that part, but
classification.
you talk.
That was not Charles Darwin, bro. That man
So you
only studied
telling me that?
birds.
So Charles Darwin didn't write this in
Dog, don't you know they
1850.
went against Charles Darwin, dog, and he was getting booted out by his own peers
Yes,
because
I
of
know
what
that.
because he was telling them this does not apply to man. This only applies to the species I was studying. See, people
Yeah,
don't know that,
Charles
man.
Darwin said this. He admitted that his stuff was flawed. I understand that.
Not just flawed, his shit was only about birds. And then he tried to go into seeing whether or
The
not
origin of
what
species.
trait
That's what it's called.
trait was passed down, right, but not the species of man. That was added on.
So here you go right here.
That's social Darwinism, bro.
The origin of species by the means
That's
of natural
racial.
selection
That's
or the
scientific
preservation of the
racism.
favorite
Nah,
races in the struggle for life. That's what it's called. Then I think he wrote a second. Who wrote them the cinnamon? The fuck is that? All right, that's what I was talking about right there. I said it wrong.
yeah. Y'all
The
better
origin of
study this
species.
word.
The
Y'all better
origin of
study
species
this
by
word,
means of natural
man.
selection. But
Y'all better
but that
study
ain't got
this
nothing to
word.
do with the
Yeah,
the theory that I hold to. That don't have nothing to do with Darwin.
you brought that up. I'm asking you, do you believe in evolution?
No.
That wasn't Darwin theory now. That's they try to apply that to Darwin, but that wasn't Darwin theory. That was some other people who was using his work and trying to follow his work. That's why they give him credit for that. But anyway, so you don't believe, but all right then. So if you don't believe in evolution, then how was everybody started in one place?
It's by the creator.
Oh, all right. So you a believer. I don't deal with people.
Oh,
who
now you don't believe. I don't deal with people that
No,
that
no,
think
I
that
don't deal with
the
people.
transatlantic slave trade ain't happening.
No, I respect your belief, bro. I shut up because I respect your belief, bro. I don't deal with people's beliefs, bro. I don't do that. Nah, I don't get into that.
No, it's all
I can
good, man.
appreciate that.
That's a respect thing, bro. That's all. My bad. 1,000
I
parts.
appreciate that. I appreciate the respect. I'm very respectful of people's beliefs as well. We discussed in the beginning that we all believe in a power higher than us and that we are a piece of the Most High in motion, just trying to create our great works. And I'm really glad we could all come together and talk about this stuff together. That was
Yeah,
really
definitely.
good information.
Definitely. Yeah, I respect that, bro. No disrespect. I ain't trying to just get quiet on you like that, bro.
Hold on.
I just respect
Hold
that,
on.
bro.
I ain't backing down that easy. So if you believe in evolution, you believe that the white man is greater than the black man then.
No, I don't believe in nothing, bro. I know. See, I don't deal in beliefs. That's why I respect other people's
Okay,
beliefs.
so
I
according
know.
to history, is the white man greater than the black man, than the African? Is the European greater than the African?
I
Or
don't
the
know. You would
indigenous?
have to ask that. You would have to ask the African and the European. I'm not none of them.
Is the European greater than the indigenous American?
No. How? When we taught them everything.
Well, you got captured by them.
Who got captured by them?
You just said we were prisoners of war a minute ago.
Yeah, by our own people. Don't you know our own peoples and was
Our
in these
old people.
wars? Yeah, I take the good with the bad, bro.
Yeah,
I don't
so even if
sugarcoat
it was
shit.
our own people,
Yeah, I
it
don't
was for
sugarcoat
the
shit, bro.
Europeans, but
I
it
don't
was
sugarcoat
by the
it.
Europeans though.
It was some American Indians capturing other American Indians
Yeah,
and
but
selling them
if
to them and selling them to the Europeans, bro.
I
but
can't hear
even to
I can't hear you talking to Capone. Sounds like you're talking to yourself.
You woke Sumerian up. But no, I'm talking to
Oh shit! So she
OTK.
couldn't hear me. Am I? I'm not loud enough. My bad. My fault. My fault. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so the European, so the indigenous people, when they had these little tribal wars, I guess, they captured other indigenous people. Then
I
when the
mean, this is Black
Europeans,
History Month. There's no point in guessing, but do you have any proofs of this so-called capture and seizure and enslavement that you're accusing the white man of, if you don't mind?
who made the claim? You talking to me? I ain't make that claim.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, you did. You asked the question. You said they captured us.
I always, all
You
my
made
questions
that
was
claim,
if.
bro.
It was
Not
if. I was
me.
throwing hypotheticals out there. You said that
Yeah,
we
I ain't
are
make that
prisoners of
claim, bro.
war.
You made that claim.
You said we were prisoners of war. So all I'm
Yeah.
saying is, if that's the case, then
Mhm.
the European that was able to capture us, that made us into prisoners, are they greater than us? That's what I'm
There
saying.
you go again. There you go again. And the goddess just asked you. She just asked you about who is the European that capture us. And you just said it again. After you just said, I ain't say that. And
Yeah,
you just
like
said it
this is a
again.
yeah, because I'm saying that's what you saying. That's what he's saying. I'm just
No, that's
reiterating
not what
what
I'm
he's saying.
saying, bro. You need to ask me what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That was me asking you. Are you saying it? If you
Are
heard
you?
me,
Well, you need to start your question with "Are you saying?" That's how you ask a question,
bro,
bro.
that's what I said the first time.
No, you didn't, bro. You said, "Is the European greater than us?" I said, "Hell no. How if we taught them?" You said, "Well, damn, they capture y'all." I said, "No, they didn't capture us."
So how is you coexisting in the same? So wait, so man, I don't know, man. That is
Yeah,
so okay. So are you
I'm telling you, the European or the so-called colonizer would not been able to navigate on this land without help from the American Indian.
okay? I know that's true.
All right then.
I
All
already
right
know
then.
that. I already
All
know
right
that part
then.
of it.
All right then. That's just as simple
But
as
at the
that right
same
there,
time,
bro.
they still working for the European
Hey, listen, man. These what you call Indian agents, bro.
Indian Asians. But
Yup.
now that the Indian Asians they gone though. So now what?
Who's gone?
Why you still captured?
Who is gone? Who's still captured?
You.
How am I captured, bro? I'm still on my own land that my peoples done been had in Goose Creek. Half of our shit named after American Indians where I'm from, bro. This is an
Right,
American Indian village where I'm from,
right,
bro.
right,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right, right,
I don't know. That's not everybody, but I'm telling you,
right,
it's
right,
got
right.
things
I
that I
know.
fight for going to city council and shit like that to do. And if you don't believe me, I'll show you. I'll show you the landmark tomorrow that we just got up a couple of months ago. That start giving us. And so what I'm telling people is you don't have to be federally recognized or state recognized and have a card. You can be state recognized or city recognized. As far as like my city, we don't have no mayor. So it's
Damn, I
the
wish I was
county
on
council and then it's the community. The community is the mayor where I'm from. So we dictate like the laws and shit like that. Like you understand what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain, man. But and I'm sure it's a lot of communities like that, But yeah,
So the
so
no. So the
Mhm.
state laws, no law, state laws, no national laws apply to you. You sovereign.
No, I'm not saying that. Outside of when you leave outside this community, everything fucking apply to you. And you know what they do? What we had to learn? We had to learn the difference between federal roads and state roads. And then you got personal roads. Like we got roads that lead down to our houses and stuff like that. That's off the highway. So those are private roads. So we had to
You
learn all that, bro. I had to go and learn all of that shit because nobody didn't understand that. And I came back and taught people that.
all right? So this my last question. Do you identify as a Moor or indigenous? Which one?
No, I'm an American Indian, bro. I'm not no
American
more.
Indian.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, so oh man, it's just so much. So I gotta go into my American Indian bag now.
Man, you better put that bag up.
What do you mean by that when you say you're going into your American Indian bag?
Yeah, He's saying now you got to go into all of his questions to try to
Yeah.
declassify if somebody is claiming themselves
No, you
American.
you classify yourself as what you want. I just had probably some questions. That's all.
Hmm. Nothing wrong with that. What do you call yourself, bro?
I'm a descendant of the children of Israel.
Oh, okay. All right. You Hebrew Israelite then. You think you part of the law? You think you part of the 10 lost tribes?
The 10 lost tribes. Who told you that it was 10? Who came up with
Hold
that
up.
theory?
Oh, hold up. So you don't know that story from the 1800s? That was your
Who?
first story of America about the 10 lost tribes. You don't
Yeah,
know about that story, bro?
by Manuel M.M. Noah.
No, bro. No, not by Emmanuel. No.
No, I
It's a
ain't say
collection of
Emmanuel. I
books
said
that they wrote.
I said M.M. Noah.
No, bro. No.
Oh, really?
If you ain't
You-
know about this, then you ain't know about the 10 lost tribes. You ain't know about them. And them calling them that the 10 lost tribes of Israel supposed to be the true descendant, the true American Indian descendants. You don't know nothing about that story.
That's by M.M. Noah.
No,
That's what
that's
I'm trying
not,
to tell
bro.
you. In the
No,
1800s.
no, that's not.
So I'm show you. I'm gonna read the paper to you. Read it to you.
No, it's not a paper. It's a collection of books. It's a more than
Right.
one book.
Yeah, it's more than
It,
one, but I'm gonna show you this one, right?
his name was Timothy Jenkins.
No, M.M. Noah made one. No, Timothy Jenkins. This
Yeah,
is
I'm not
from
talking about his
1700s.
one, bro. Yeah,
1700s.
yeah, I'm not talking about his one though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I read it? The his paper? I ain't gonna read the whole
No,
thing.
see, you talking about a paper. I'm telling you about a book that
This
got
is
all the artifacts, all the so-called artifacts that they find over here, and they tell you that look, these artifacts they ain't real. All of these shit was proven phony. Right here, this your book right here, bro. The 10
what's the
tribes
name
of
of it? I can't
Israel.
see
I
that.
got the book just to let you
What's
know.
the
I
name
got the
of it?
book because OTK really read. There you
So
go.
here you go, right here. So it says the discourse on the evidence of the American Indians being the descendants of the lost tribe of Israel, presented to the Library Association at Clinton Hall by M.M. Noah, 1837.
All right, bro. This the book, and I'm gonna show you the book now. It's called The 10 Tribes. The 10 Tribes. Oh, my bad. I got to read from right to
What's
left
the
on this
year of
shit.
the book? What's the
The
year of
10
the book?
Tribes. I'm about to open it up. I'm about to open it up for you, bro, and let you see.
Go ahead.
The book came out in 1883, but it was written before that. but the
So
book
the
was
book that I'm
published
talking about.
in 18. No, you're talking about a paper. This is a
No,
book.
this is a book. This is a book
Okay.
that I
All
got.
right. Okay, bet. But this dude right here is one of the first because he was a damn missionary.
Right.
He was a missionary, dog. So
I'm
you know what
pretty
I
sure he
mean?
probably
He's
used
one of
this
the
work.
ones who said that he studied that the American Indians was the way that they was handling their culture and doing
Right.
some ceremonies was
Right.
similar to the Hebrew Israelites, and he started correlating us with them. That's
Fucking
that
buddy.
bullshit though. Yeah. He's the same motherfucker so-called found the emerald tablet or the Decalogue
I know
stone or
that.
whatever over here. All that bullshit.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's something
Bunch of
else.
pseudo
But
shit. Yeah, bunch
but
of pseudo
he
shit.
wasn't talking. But so you will not only have that in the 1800s. In 1744, you have James Adair, who was a resident of the American
Yeah, he
Indian.
was. Yeah, he was.
So
He was another Jesuit.
yeah, they could be
He was
Jesuits.
he was another Jesuit. That was a missionary. His whole thing was to convert Indians, bro.
Well, I don't think he converted them. Did he convert them?
Nah, he didn't convert a lot of them. If you read his papers, he would tell you it was hard for him to convert people.
I don't remember
So
him saying that.
It got to the point. It damn near got to the point where the American Indians converted his ass.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he lived on like a tribal.
Yeah. You better read that
Yeah,
man James Adair work. He
yeah,
described the Indians too.
right.
And he said them boys was black like the Ethiopians, but not as ugly. But they was well limbed and all that. He said that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Everything good. Man, listen, bro. I really read. I wish I could show you the books, but I really read, bro. I got books, and I come from that age where they said, dog, if you want to hide something from a motherfucker, put it in a book.
Mm-hmm.
You
No,
know,
you right on point. You right on point
that's
with
all, bro. But
some
now
stuff. But okay,
everything that
so
I read, I don't take for facts though. I
so
still
wait,
cross
but hold on.
reference it.
Was his
You feel me?
observations wrong? Now, as far as the artifacts and everything, we ain't got to talk about that. What about the observations that he made when he was making correlations with them in the laws of Moses?
He was talking about they spirituality system.
Right.
So he was just correlating, like giving significance to say, like, yo, these things are similar. That's all. That's all he was doing, bro.
Yeah. Why would they be similar? Shouldn't they be different?
They can be similar, bro, because he
No, they do
can
the same, but it's under the. But
because
it's the.
hold up,
It's,
that's his subjective thought.
yeah,
They
but
can
it's
be
but when they're
similar to
doing it,
him, correct?
but they're doing the same thing. He even said that they can't.
They're not doing the same exact thing.
How come they not?
No, they're
So
not doing the same.
when he talked about the brother, if a brother dies, if a man dies and has no children, that his brother married his wife. When he was talking about that to bring forth
That
child.
shit right there, was a little far fetched to me. But
What
you know what I mean? It's all good. That shit was a little far fetched to me
what
because
about
we don't
okay?
see a lot of those stories, and we don't see a lot of no incest stories with American Indians, bro.
Well, that's
When they
not
dealing with our
incest.
history.
That's not
No, I'm
incest.
just saying. So that story right there, you know what I mean? You know, if my brother die and his wife just out there, yeah, I will take care of her until she find another man. That's only my due right. That's only my due diligence. I can respect that. That
But
ain't
we
got nothing
got
to do. That ain't
we
got
get
nothing to do with Hebrew Israelite though. That was a Greek
how
custom.
that's in the law of Moses.
Oh man. Um. Um. Did Joshua take on Moses' wife after he died?
No, it's if you don't have no children.
Oh, did Moses have any children before he
Yes,
died? Huh?
Moses had children.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
All right.
Moses had like 3 sons, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Bet. How about to say, did Aaron take
Two,
on
I
his
know he
wife
had two for
and
sure. I
take
think he
care of
had
her?
another.
Huh?
You said what?
No, I'm about to ask you, did Aaron take on his wife? You know what I mean? After he died, did he take care of her after he died?
Nah, because he already had a He already had a progeny. See, that's what I'm saying. See, you thinking that it's about
No, he already
um,
had sons. He already had kids.
yeah,
So you
yeah, yeah. He
saying if
already had sons.
right. So you say if they already got kids, then they just on their own.
But they just
But if they ain't got
it's
no,
no
but if
need
they
to
ain't got
it's
no
no need to
kids,
marry
but
them.
if they
Yeah,
ain't got no kids, the brother got to take care of her.
yeah. So we find that in the American Indian
No,
record
bro. No, you
and
can't put that on it.
in
You
the
can't
laws
put
of
that on.
Moses.
You can't put that on all the American Indians, bro. No,
Well, hold
no.
on. So I know okay. So let me just okay. So let's that was one point. Let's go to another point, right? What about the language? The language is even
Mhm.
similar to some of the more ancient Hebrew, far
Here we
as
go with this. Here we go with this Paleo Hebrew shit. Man, stop that. No, it's not.
what you mean?
No, it's not.
Elaborate.
No,
I'm
you
telling you, I'm finna go on
elaborate.
my English bag.
How is the English similar to Hebrew when we was speaking American English over here?
No, y'all, you weren't speaking no American English over here.
Oh, okay. All right. Can you show me that we
What
wasn't?
what evidence? What evidence do you have that the American Indians were speaking
Uh,
English? Anything?
oh, okay. I'm asking you. You sure you want to go down this road? Now I'm letting you ask your questions. I'm letting you thinking you getting something off, but bro, you sure you want to go down this road
Well,
with
I'm
this
just
American
asking a
English
question.
shit? Yeah, I
I'm just
know.
I'm
You
just
should have
asking a
left
question.
language
If you
alone,
finna go
dog.
to
Because I'm tired of
Wawa and
people.
all that,
I'm tired
that's
of
not
people
English.
saying that Hebrew was already over here and all of that. Man, quit. That's a lie.
Well,
That's
I'm
some
basing it off
horseshit.
of the works of James Adar. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's no different than he said how our spirituality system was related. In fact, that's how he was able to kind of push the Bible on the American Indian because he started using stories out of the Bible that related to our spiritual system.
So
He also
why would
said that.
stories out?
Hold
So
on.
why
He
would
also said
go
that,
ahead?
bro. He
Go
also
ahead.
said that.
He also said what?
That he used stories out of the Bible that related to their spiritual system to try to correlate with them to try to come to understanding or a comprehension point. He
So
said
where is
this
that? Where can I read that at? What you just said.
in his works, bro.
So he don't talk about Bible stories in his works. He talk about observations that he has seen. Like, look, I'm gonna read one. And he talk
Dog, my
well.
bro,
Go ahead.
how
Go
you
ahead.
gonna say he don't talk about Bible works when he's a missionary? He's a Jesuit missionary.
I don't see when I read this. Well, I read quite a bit of this. What I got? The
Man,
history of
his
the
whole
American
thing is
Indians.
to try to convert people, bro. That's his whole mission. But
If it
after he
is, or
got
if
to
it
a
wasn't,
point,
I
after
don't
he
know.
got
But
to a
what I'm saying,
point, listen, after he got to a point, he just said, fuck it. I can't convert these people. I gotta let them just come into this shit if they want to, but damn, their spirituality system is way more higher than ours. He said
okay.
all of these things. He said, for what we don't not know about them, and we call them savages, but we are mistaken.
Hmm.
Come on, man.
Right.
Come
Because
on,
he's
bro.
telling them that they
Bro.
the children
Come
of
on,
Israel. He
bro.
said these are the true children of Israel. That's what he said.
No, bro. He
He
said
said
that
these people got the
they
spirit of God. That's what he said. Well, no, I think Columbus said that. Columbus is the
nah,
one.
Columbus gave a different name, but I know what you're
Columbus,
talking
no,
about.
hold
But
on. So I got it right here, right?
what you
He
got,
don't
bro? You
call
still
them
looking up
savages.
AI overviews, bro? You still
No, I
looking up
have his
AI
book.
overviews?
I have James Adair's book, The History of the
Oh,
American Indians.
yeah, the races, the Indian of American Indian races or Aboriginal races.
Hold on, I'm gonna read the title to you. Hold on,
That's what it say.
look, hold on. No, not Aboriginal. That's made up.
No, I'm just saying. James, he also got a book that say that too. Talking about they face and all of that shit right
It
there
says
in the
the history
Aboriginal
of
race.
the American Indians, particularly those nations adjoining the Mississippi, East and West Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina, and Virginia, containing an account on their origin, language, manners, religious and civil custom laws, form of government, punishment, conduct, and war in domestic life, their habits, diet, agriculture, manufacture, disease, and method of cure, and other particulars sufficient to render it a complete Indian system with observation from former historians and the conduct of our colony governors, superintendent, and missionaries.
Is that the name of the book?
Yes, this is the title.
Oh,
And it
and he
says
is the
by James
missionary.
Adair, a
Yeah, and
trader with
he
the
is a
Indians and a
missionary.
resident
Like
in
I
their
said,
country.
he's a missionary, bro. And that's just one of the books he wrote, bro.
Yeah, but in this book though, he don't mention no Bibles, nothing. This is he's strictly talking about how they correlate with the ancient Israelites.
Then that's
And
talking Bible.
no, it ain't.
What
Obviously, he
the?
understood that these are real.
I
That
stopped, bro. I stopped, bro.
man,
I
see, this
stopped,
is
man.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, you just trying to, you know what I mean? I don't know what you trying to do, bro. But I'm gonna stop with that, bro. Now you
Bro,
using semantics. Now you using word semantics now on me, dog. For real.
oh my God.
Everything good.
Okay, so James Adair said, what about the Walam Olam, right?
I don't know.
Have you heard of
I don't
that?
know. I don't know, dog.
Have you heard
I
of the
don't know.
Walam Olam?
Nah, bro. I ain't hear nothing about that. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
So now you scared, now you running. All right, I'm finna go to
Yeah,
sleep.
man. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm a run, bro. I'm a run, bro. I see you a little disingenuous, bro. Like for real.
How I'm disingenuous,
I,
bro? I ain't said
I
nothing
see you
disingenuous.
just go along so you can come back and try to get your point off. You only listen to have a reaction, bro. Like
Oh,
for real.
God.
You don't listen and intake what I'm saying, but I've been listening to you. Just long as you know I ain't did that same to you. A couple of shit I
Bro,
was just listening to just to
bro,
hear your shit. Because it was
I've been li-
regurgitated shit.
I've been listening to you.
Yeah,
We've
everything
been
good,
having
bro.
a
Respect.
conversation.
Yeah, everything good, bro. Respect.
I don't know why
Respect.
you, well, you using that as a cop out. It's cool, bro.
Yeah, man. That's what you want to call it.
Yeah, you copping out.
I bet. Say no more, man. You
Just
cool.
say you want to cop out, bro.
All right, man. You good. I'll take that, bro. Go ahead, man. You good, man.
Uh, I'm saying I got the book over. I'm in my Indian bag. I'm in my American Indian bag. I ain't even get to
Using a dot works is not being in no Indian bag, bro. What the fuck?
I got more. This ain't
Yeah,
the
word.
only thing I got. I got more, bro.
Hey, hey,
That's why
listen.
I asked you about the
Hey, let me ask you
Walam.
this.
That's why I
Let
asked
me
you
ask
about
you
the
this, bro.
Walam Olam. Do you know what that is? And have you
No,
heard of it?
bro. Hold up. Hold up. Let me ask you this. You ever heard of John Elliott?
Hell no.
All right.
Go ahead
That's
and
why I tell you. Hold up.
go ahead
That's
and
why I tell
enlighten
you,
me. I can
bro.
learn.
I
I can
wish I
learn
can
about
be
it.
on my computer, dog. I wish my shit was up and running right now, man. But that
I'm gonna look him up. Since you said his
I'm waiting
name,
on
I'm
this
gonna
new
look him
one
up.
to come in, man. But because I will show you a Bible in America in the 1600s, bro.
Yeah. If
And
you
this
if you
man, hold up, bro. And this man wrote books and telling people how to speak the American Indian language, about our vowels and all of that. And if you
right.
look at the book, it's the Bible translated into American Indian language. So now the Bible was written in Latin, Old Greek, whatever you want to call it, Septuagint, Tanakh, whatever this Septuagint and whatever the other one was. But then you had the Tanakh, the Torah, and this Talmud, and all of this. Um, but yeah, so it is translated. But this man wrote a English grammar guide of the American Indian language.
Mm-hmm. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, so now when you see that we using the AEIOU and we using all of these vowels and we using these sounds and diphthongs and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
it makes you question, well, damn, where everybody else start getting they all using these vowels. Because we know some of the first languages, just say Kemet, for instance, was written KMT. So if that was American English language and it was said pronounced Kemet, it would have had the KEMET. But
Well,
no,
we don't know what vowels is that.
they language was just written KMT. But our language would have had those vowels involved with it in the written form too.
Right.
So now that's the American Indian language, bro, which is American English. Even the Webster Dictionary tell you that over 50% of that book is comprised of American Indian words. The
You talking
rest
about
got added in. The rest got added in when you bringing in different races coming over here. Then the dictionary got to expand because you got words that other people use that they don't use. Just say, for instance, we use the words telephone. Everybody else got a different word for telephone. They'd be the telefonio, teleonio, or it'd be something different than telephone. You understand what I'm saying? So they add their prefix or their suffix to it to understand it in their language. That's no different than how the dictionary grew. But the basis of American English is based off American Indian language, bro. Ooh.
So
Yeah, you checking out your boy. You checking out your boy John Elliott with his grammar language, with his grammar book.
no, I
That's
already
what you
knew
looking
that
up.
somebody. I already knew somebody. I don't think it was him. It's some.
Yeah,
I can't.
yeah, it was him, bro. You look
No,
him
it's
up in the
so.
grammar language book that he wrote, where it teach you how to speak the American English language, even how
Okay.
to sound out the words. That's what he was writing to teach his own peoples them, and he was French. He was a
So we
Jesuit
know it
too.
was him. But I was asking you about this Walam Olam, right?
I don't know nothing about that, bro. All I'm saying, I ain't see the Walam Olim with this man right here who translated their Bible into our language for us to have the Bible, the Algonquin Bible
The
that got
Algonquin
passed
Bible,
down,
right?
that got passed
What's
down
on that?
the East Coast. Hold on, we didn't see that word in there. So now you got somebody coming 200 years later and putting this shit in there. That's why I
Wait,
got a
hold on.
problem
Wait,
with it,
hold on,
bro.
hold on, hold
I
on.
go back to the
Say that.
earliest form of it, bro. I try to
Wait,
find the earliest form.
say that over what you just said.
I try to find the earliest form.
No, what you just said about the 200 years thing.
What?
That you said that they
Yeah,
translated the
you got somebody who translated the Bible into American Indian language.
Algonquin.
And then you got this person right here coming and saying that we are Hebrews 200 years later. Huh?
Nah.
So could that culture been what?
Nah.
Yeah, bro. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it,
Nah.
bro.
So
You just said your deal was in the 1800s. I just showed you the
it's
10
either
tribes shit. The book was 1883, but it was written, the works was before that, but it was published that year. But now I'm telling you about the Algonquin Bible that was written before James Adair. You know what I'm saying? So now, if the Bible already been in existence, you know what I mean, with us teaching us a spirituality system of these people who coming across here and intertwining it with ours too. If we getting in tune with that 200 years later, why wouldn't we recognize it? Because like you said, people might start mixing in shit. It's no different than cultures. Cultures intertwine with each other once a certain kind of people come in your environment and shit like that, bro. I mean, that's only natural.
so this so anyway, I was trying to get to this Walam Olim, right? And yeah, cause you throwing out conspiracy theories and stuff, bro. I ain't
No.
I want to stick with the information, bro.
Hey, hold on.
Yo, you thought it was so bad. They come over here, they translate the Bible into the Algonquin language, and
Oh,
then
you ain't know
200 years later, now they calling them Hebrews.
oh, you ain't know the French was in Canada in the 1500s, huh?
So who taught them? So who taught them the laws of Moses? Who taught them these customs?
No, they didn't know nothing
And
about that. They
another thing,
learned
wait,
that.
hold on,
Yeah,
hold on, wait,
they
hold on,
learned
wait,
that,
hold on,
bro.
hold on. You just went, hold on, bro. Look,
Yeah.
it wasn't. It's not that just they was keeping the laws of Moses. They was keeping certain traditions that was only amongst the Israelites pre the let me. I'm trying to find a word for it. Pre the what they call it, the expulsion.
Pre-Edomites.
Pre the Babylonian captivity. Pre Babylonian captivity.
Oh, that was Salazar and the boy, right?
Well, whoever it was, but let's stick to the point. The observation that when you saying that the observation that they was making when they was calling them Hebrews or whatever by the
Damn, what happened? That's me or that's bro that went out? Is that me, Chiefness? Is y'all if y'all still up here, or that's him that went out?
Yeah, I think GD and Capone went out.
Okay. Yeah. So let me ask you a question, Chiefness. So if we got a person that translated the Latin Bible into American Indian language in the 1600s, and it's being spread around through the East Coast. You know what I mean? Down the East Coast. Because all American Indians who he accomplished, you know what I mean, they respected that and they took it. And he also wrote a grammar book on how to spell it, or how to do these words. So now if he wrote this Bible and these people start saying, okay, this is like our spiritual system, so we can roll with this or whatever like this, which is their missionary work. You know what I mean? 200 years later, if you got a people that come over here and say, damn, these people got some customs like the Israelites, can it be because of what they learned back in the 1600s?
Definitely.
Okay. That's all I'm trying to get through to the brother. Like, yo, they already was in tune with what was going on when they met these people. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? So and and some of the things they did was alike. So I'm one of them people that I believe that I don't even believe. I know life started on multiple places at different times or either the same time. I don't believe
Hmm.
that man or woman just came from one place.
Right.
The world is too diverse for that, man. We don't have to explain why people look this way and look that way. Man, it's because of where they at, their environment, and who they come from.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I just can't roll with that, man. And people don't know when they just believe in that out of Africa theory, that ties them back to evolution, but they try to get out the evolution part of it because evolution would tie you back to, like you said earlier, the tadpole coming out the water, turning an amphibian, and then turned into an ape. And then somehow we had a common ancestor that we split from, and the ape just kept becoming the ape. And we started becoming Homo sapiens and well, Homo erectus, and then Homo sapien, and man,
Well,
come on, man.
for me, I
Hmm.
really do relate to Egyptology because, that's where Christianity was taken from. You know, when we were in Egypt, we would celebrate the Ankh, which is the female womb with the ovaries and the male phallus. It was supposed to represent eternal life as long as there is a man and a woman carrying out their inner G, INNERG, of the Most High, being the Most High in motion. And so for me, and we had, the 42 laws of Ma'at, and everything was about balance. Um, and I really, really relate to that. I don't really subscribe to so much as what was done with the Catholics, where they took the cross and they took out the womb and the ovaries and made it male, male. And, you know, I get the whole cross thing as what is your cross to bear? And in that sense of Yeshua and dying on the cross, it's symbolic of us evolving as humans in a sense that if I have something that is my cross to bear, say it's a gambling addiction or a food addiction or a generational curse of some kind, or an alcohol addiction, these are crosses to bear and ways to improve yourself through that death and rebirth, the dying of old ways and the rebirth of the new. That's how I do relate to the cross, but I celebrate the Ankh because it does represent the divine feminine and divine masculine. And although I am close to my indigenous beliefs, I know that our indigenous beliefs as the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incans, you know, the Aztecs were very similar to Egypt. They had pyramids. We were all on the electric, that was our old electric grid with crystals. Um, and even in the Israelites' breastplates, they have all those crystals um, that promote alignment, balance. You know, a lot of that information comes from, well, I mean, Adam was Adam. And when Adam Ra comes together, you have Adam meets the Most High in himself. So it's pretty much this. I mean, it's not pretty much, it is the same thing. It was just colonized, similar to how we were colonized in America. And we still do have, you know, the Aztec temples and the Egyptian temples to remember where all of us indigenous people came from. A lot of us indigenous Americans would have been driven to the area of back to the area of the Aztecs because, you know, we went north and went even further north into Canada when we had the Trail of Tears. So there are a lot of us that can relate to the Aztecs and the Egyptians because some of us came out of Africa, and then some of us were already here with the Aztecs, and some of us were mixed with the two. But either way, the story was rewritten. And actually, we watched a documentary earlier about how, what was it saying? Oh, it was saying how the New Testament is pretty much how the Catholics were trying to maintain government by taking mythology, Hinduism, Buddhism, mixing them all into the New Testament because they wanted control of the most people that they could get. So they wanted everybody to be able to say, I see myself in this New Testament. And so it's really all of spirituality put together in the New Testament, um, including mythology. And for me, you know, my only qualm is that the Ankh does celebrate the divine feminine and masculine instead of the cross celebrating just the divine masculine and the divine masculine. It doesn't really make sense. But as I said before, I do like the concept of the metaphorical of us all having our crosses to bear throughout life, where we have that death and rebirth to become a better person and grow and evolve. So personally for me, I'm really into symbolism and metaphor. And so, you know, that really has helped keep me strong in some times where I felt weak. And I'm super serious about prayer. You know, my grandmother on my mother's side, we still have pictures of her and her headdress and stuff from being here. Um, so I don't really care personally how anyone chooses to celebrate the Most High. I think that the Most High has been always here, and we as people have tried to understand the ineffable. You know, you can't understand the Most High, but what you can understand through Yeshua saying, you will do greater works than me, and ye are all gods, is us being the very image, we are made in his image, so to speak, of, you know, someone who can always be a representation of the energy of the Most High in motion. Through our ups and downs and everything we go through, we have crosses to bear. and we can overcome them through prayer and, you know, meditation. And I'm firm on, you know, going within and thinking about different situations that you go through in life and how you handle them, and, you know, really viewing those situations, self-reflection, and trying to better yourself. And so to me, if you use Hinduism or Buddhism or Christianity, um, or you're in touch with your indigenous roots of any kind, as long as you're evolving to be a better person, I support that. Because to me, we're all under the umbrella of the Most High. We call the Most High different things. I call um, the Most High God, creator of everything, of all things. Um, but whatever helps you, you know, on this human journey, we are a spirit trapped in flesh, floating on a rock, spinning in the space. And, you know, I think we're all just doing the best we can.
I respect that. For real. I
Yeah.
respect. Like I said, man, I don't deal with belief, because if your belief help you get to where you at and help you become a better person, then so be it. Who am I to tell you, man, you better quit believing in that? It ain't real. Who am I to tell you that?
Right. I feel like whatever gets someone by to become a better person
Mhm,
from for themselves and others, I
mhm,
really support that, because we have too many people that use spirituality or religion, not necessarily spirituality sometimes, but more so religion as a weapon to hurt
mhm,
people, to taunt people, to make people feel less than. And if
mhm.
everyone was focused on bettering themselves so that they can be a better version of themselves for themselves and others, we wouldn't have so many problems in this world.
Right, right. So me myself, I believe that you can be spiritual without being in a religion.
Oh, totally. You know, religion is
Okay,
mostly
go ahead.
about government. You know, the Egyptians didn't, I mean, the Egyptians, they believed in government too. It's just that people worshiped those deities when they weren't asked. Yeshua didn't ask anybody to worship Yeshua. There were books of Yeshua breaking down and saying, I'm here to represent my father. Why are you saying me? Like, you know, represent or understand that I'm representing the Most High. I mean, to me, even the people that don't believe Yeshua ever existed, Yeshua is symbolic, as we've had of Krishna and Buddha, of many great prophets that came along to remind us what our humanity is for. Humanitarian work, you know, bettering ourselves and others, thinking about someone besides ourselves, how we affect other people, how we affect the planet, how, you know, we should celebrate that the sun gives us life force and the moon controls the tides. We are 80% water. This is why during the full moon, babies are like, get me out of here, all this water. And during the full moon, the hospitals are full because people's emotions are going crazy, being mostly made of water. You know, if you can't control your emotions during the full moon, it's going to be a wild ride. That's why people act up, because it's controlling the tides. You know, you have low tide, you have high tide. This is why when you're
So you're
sick,
in tune. So you're in tune with the celestial side.
yes.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah, because if
Yeah.
you're dealing with the tides and all of that, it's definitely dealing with your celestial side.
I'm very in tune with my celestial side and my spiritual gifts. And you know, I'm honestly so grateful. I think that being here, getting a chance at life, to me over and over again, many times, is just a chance to get it right this time. And get it right just means being the best version of yourself you can be while you're here, those years that you do get here. And it's a gift. We sometimes forget that.
Word. Definitely. So are you like a tarot card reader, like that, something like that? You sound like you're very in tune, like with chakras and stuff like that.
I'm very in tune with chakras and crystals, and I do have 9 decks. Hmm.
You got 9 decks.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So you read more than just the signs. You read the actual moons too of signs because everybody got more than one moon and a star or something like that, right? Or sun. For
Well,
everybody's sign.
so you have your sun, which is what you're born as, like whatever your sign is that you're born as, that is how people see you. And then you have your moon, which is how you see yourself. And then you have your rising, which is a combination of the two. So then you have 12 houses, you know, your family life, your personal power, your finances, which is career. Um, you have what's hidden. You have what's your relationships, all kinds of stuff. And you have different signs in all 12 houses. Sometimes you have repeated signs. You may have one sign 3 times. Um, but a lot of the time, that's what makes us balance. Also, our blood type. Usually, those of us that are indigenous have blood type O. That is the sign of fire. So, you would be a fire sign just because you're indigenous. So, you would find a lot of fire that would show up for you. But doing tarot, like if I did a collective, I do collective readings, and collective readings just it tells you about the energy that's on the earth. So, more so, it's studying because there are rules to tarot, there are spiritual laws. I follow the universal spiritual laws, the 12 universal spiritual laws. And like, you couldn't just say, I wonder about this person, I'm going to do a reading on them. That's not how it works. You can lose your gifts that way. A responsible spiritualist will only read on themselves or do a collective reading on the planet. And that is based off of where the moon and the stars are, where other planets are. It's just going to tell you the collective energy of the planets. You can feel free to read on yourself at any time, and you can read on someone else if
I
they
got my
ask
little
you.
stones. You see, I got my little
Nice.
stones, high prince. I,
Nice.
I've been studying up on them, man.
Well, you know, the truth
Got
is
my
that
little
we are
stones.
all we're all running on a vibration system, and those stones have connection to all 7 of your chakras, which are all 7 of your organs through your body. And what they will do is run on the same vibration as those chakras to tune those organs so that they're working at their best ability. And so that's the whole point of, crystals grow in the ground. You've got your amethyst, your sapphire, your ruby, your diamond.
I'm gonna leave you with this, and I want you to go on with this. So that's why I say I'm spiritual because I'm trying to get back in tune with nature, back into the
Exactly.
purest form of being natural, because that's why we don't understand things that's beyond our realm, because we're not in tune with nature no more. We got ungrounded. So that's why I'm getting in tune with that. And the reason why I asked you that, because I want to ask you, if you're not grounded with nature and you're not in tune with yourself, you cannot activate those crystals or those stones or your chakra, correct? Go ahead.
So the stones are going to tune you regardless. There's certain ones that'll cleanse your energy. There's certain ones that will help you with those 7 energy, portals in your body. And it's your job to go inward and try to work on your mental as best as possible. Um, you want to make sure that you're dealing with some of the things that, oh, you dropped. I don't think you meant to do that. You probably can't come back up. Well, I'll explain it if you're listening. It's your job to go within to heal any inner childhood wounds all the way up until now, so that you're the most balanced mentally, because it's really our mental that gets us. But your root chakra that keeps you grounded, and actually your earth star that's outside of your body, it's your, you have a whole um, torus field around your body. And so you have probably like 14 chakras, I believe. And your earth star is what keeps you most grounded. But your root also is your way to get grounded. And if your root is out of control, then your foundation is out of control. And when your foundation is out of control, your house is out of control, your wealth is out of control. Um, and that's why a lot of spiritualists practice celibacy or being with someone who they can equally give and take with. Because if you're with somebody that's just draining you and taking from you and taking from you, and that can be like, I don't know, a casual partner, people don't realize that that is imbalancing their root chakra to the point where, because that person is just taking from you and never giving to you, your whole foundation and finances are imbalanced. So it's the hardest to get those first 3 chakras at the bottom balanced in your foundation. That's your creativity, your finances, the way that you stay grounded as a person, your safety. Um, so it has a lot to do with who you are. And one of the things to open up your higher chakras is to make sure your heart chakra is pure. This is where we get, does your heart weigh light as a feather? Because if your heart chakra is blocked, you have no access to your top chakras, which are what connects you to our creator. That's what helps you get your spiritual messages and your intuition, to have that gut feeling of, oh, no, I should get up and check this, or did I do that, or blah, blah, blah. Little messages that you're getting from your ancestors and your angels that are just telling you, looking out for you. But if your heart chakra is blocked because you have so much guilt, so much regret, so much hurt that you just haven't dealt with, you're going to have a really hard time having any connection to the chakras that are above your heart. And those are what really connect you to the Most High. So it's best to make peace as much as you can within your heart from your childhood to now, so that you are able to access all the spiritual gifts that you have, and also keep them growing. As you heal, your spiritual gifts will grow more and more and more. So I'm going to close that out there. I appreciate everyone. I love you guys, and I hope you have such a wonderful night. I'm going to get out of here. Night, guys.